farm is unique, but all farmers have something in common: the desire to maximize their land and improve it for the next generation. You need a cooperative that offers peace of mind. AgTegra Cooperative is an ag partner that shares your values and is part of your community. From agronomy and grain operations to energy and feed, AgTegra will link your farm to the future. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
Every farm is unique, but all farmers have something in common: the desire to maximize their land and improve it for the next generation. You need a cooperative that offers peace of mind. AgTegra Cooperative is an ag partner that shares your values and is part of your community. From agronomy and grain operations to energy and feed, AgTegra will link your farm to the future. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for license details.
Acres Ahead is back with AgTegra Cooperative. Now is the time to secure product, lock in early season prices, and receive delayed payment terms on your agronomy inputs. Fertilizer, seed, and crop protection purchases from Acres Ahead also qualify for triple play grain premiums, diesel discounts, and feed discounts. Contact your local AgTegra agronomist to learn more on how Acres Ahead can maximize your farm's earning potential straight from the start. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that's someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today. Your first...
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
When you're thinking of a new or used car, motorcycle, pickup, or RV, think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
Scott Darno with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
At DK Auto Repair in Pierre, we take pride in our fast and professional auto service. Our well-trained techs specialize in transmission repair, tune-ups, brake service, suspension engine repair, auto diagnostics, and general maintenance repairs and oil changes. Making sure you and your family get from point A to point Z and all points in between is what motivates us to provide you exceptional service. At DK Auto Repair, we proudly support every Pierre Governors event, the students involved, and their families.
Olson Plumbing in Pierre provides complete plumbing and drain cleaning services to commercial and residential customers. Olson Plumbing understands how the simple things in life are often the things we can't live without, and running water is the top of the list. Olson Plumbing offers 24/7 emergency services, and they can be at your location in under an hour in most cases. If you need help with your plumbing system, call Olson Plumbing 605-224-6436. Olson Plumbing.
Graham Tire of Pierre is your premier hometown shop, specializing in tires to fit vehicles, from ATVs to large farm equipment and everything in between. At your tire store next door, you can find a plethora of brand name tires that range from 4 to 10 ply and much more. Our highly skilled technicians can handle brakes, heating, and air conditioning. Call us today at 224-8643 or visit us at grahamtire.com. Graham Tire is a proud sponsor of Pierre and surrounding communities' local activities. Graham Tire.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visit spearfish.com now.
Service Master of Pierre is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup. Service Master of Pierre is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Guffs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities. When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the part you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories. When you're in the need,
your winning destination, the Golden Buffalo Casino in Lower Brule, gives you more chances to win. Hot seat drawings, pick a prize drawings, chances to win great prizes, the hottest slots around. It's all just waiting for you at the Golden Buffalo Casino. Find out more by logging on to thegoldenbuffalocasino.com and by following them on Facebook. Just minutes north of Reliance, exit 248. We'd like to thank you for tuning into this broadcast and supporting our area youth. The Golden Buffalo Casino, proud to support Live Ticket.
Every farm is unique, but all farmers have something in common: the desire to maximize their land and improve it for the next generation. You need a cooperative that offers peace of mind. AgTegra Cooperative is an ag partner that shares your values and is part of your community. From agronomy and grain operations to energy and feed, AgTegra will link your farm to the future. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Dosey's Signs in Chamberlain isn't your run-of-the-mill sign shop. Todd and Doug take the time to listen to your needs and come up with an innovative and effective design to fit your budget and take your advertising to the next level. Dosey specializes in any size or event sporting banners, storefronts and awnings, and letters or numbers for windows, vehicle boats, and enclosed trailers. Need something more flashy? We can do a vehicle wrap, illuminated signs, billboards, and LED lighting. If you can dream it, we can design and build it. Dosey's is a proud sponsor of local sports and communities activities.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota is serving the central South Dakota community and beyond with a great selection of used vehicles. Local trades and program vehicles are available. New Toyotas and new Fords are arriving and selling before they even hit the lot. So don't wait. Stop in and find out what's coming. If you've been thinking about ordering a new Ford, stop in and sit down with one of our sales specialists today. Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota at 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com.
At Ringneck Energy, their mission is to produce renewable energy that adds value to grain and livestock production, enhances the income of their investor partners, and provide a safe, rewarding work environment. Located at 901 Redwood Avenue in Oneida, South Dakota. Call 605-945-6900 or check ringneckenergy.com. A proud supporter of local schools and wishes all students the best of luck in all their activities during the school year, creating economic opportunities in our community.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
At Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Dimmick Cheese has been making handmade artisan cheese for over 90 years and has over 25 flavors of cheese. Stop by the store for sampling of all the cheeses. The store also offers several South Dakota-made products. And at the store, find Remedy Brewing on tap. Dimmick Cheese offers gift boxes, and fundraisers are available. To find out more, go to the website, dimmickdairy.com, or call 605-928-3833. And don't forget to check your local grocery store for their premium cheeses and cheese spreads. Dimmick Cheese.
Fall is going to be here next week, and it's time to start preparing. Make sure all your vehicles are ready to go, especially if you happen to be traveling. This week at Grosenberg Implement, get 8% off all booster cables. Make sure you have a pair for your tractor, truck, car, and John Deere Gator, just in case you need it. See their parts professionals this week at Grosenberg Implement and save 8% on all booster cables. Grosenberg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product.
For over 70 years, Pitt's Design Build has earned our reputation locally for serving communities across South Dakota. We provide design and building services for schools, hospitals, churches, commercial offices, multifamily housing, and so much more. Pitt's Design Build is conveniently located in Pierre, Mitchell, and Sioux Falls to serve you and your organization. We bring value to our clients by facilitating the design and/or construction process. Give us a call today and check us out at pittsdesignbuild.com for a free building consultation.
Titan Machinery is your go-to Case IH agricultural equipment dealer. Your Highmore and Pierre locations have a large selection of new and used ag equipment with access to one of the largest parts and whole goods inventories in the country. Titan Machinery prides itself in providing quality Case IH parts, service, and support to Highmore, Pierre, and the surrounding communities. Stop by Titan Machinery of Highmore and Pierre today. Power and precision to grow.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
Have all of your painting supplies at the paint store in Pierre. They mix paint and they color match paint. They carry interior and exterior stains. Great selection of paint. Find it at 1006 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. The Paint Store, 605-224-8312, 224-8312. The Paint Store is a proud supporter of the Stanley County Buffaloes and the Pierre Governors in sports and activities. The Paint Store, same great paint, same great services.
The Fieldhouse in Pierre is your premier spot to watch all the sports, from your local Govs and Lady Govs, as well as Buffs and Lady Buffs, all the way up to your favorite big league teams. Kick back and relax with a pizza, nachos, burgers, or one of our air-fried appetizers. Wash down the food with your pick from our array of premium beverages. Between the action, be sure to check out the unique and plentiful memorabilia throughout the building. We can't wait for you to come in and watch the games with us broadcast on liveticket.tv. The Fieldhouse in Pierre.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierre, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing. The best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
DRG Media Group Sports is the official voice of the Pierre Governors.
Kenols wants to run again, and he's got room. 40, 30, foot race to the 10, 5, and a touchdown. Pierre will come back and set up Avery Kaiser on the outside left through the block, and that's down.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and also at the River 92.7 page of the DRG News app, brought to you by Golden Buffalo and DRGnews.com.
Riverview RV Park overlooks Lake Sharp on the Missouri.
Expectations for the rest of this season. We've got a good one coming up for you for homecoming night tonight. Glad to have you with us. We've got live ticket video streaming, and we're available with this our live video stream at drgnews.com and the River 92.7 page, also at gogovs.live. And Heather Williams will run technical direction on the audio end back in our DRG Media Group studios. So thanks for joining us tonight. Happy homecoming, everybody. Governors coming in on off of a win last week, 50-6 over the Mitchell Colonels, as they continue to show their magnificence on offense, to say the very least, and the defense playing very well for a third straight game. Also, the Yankton Bucks, very similar, impressive, as they've had convincing wins over Mitchell, Spearfish, and then last week over Watertown, 41-7 to get here at 3-0. A lot of unfinished business maybe for the Bucks this season. They finished losing in a fierce comeback in the second half at T-Area in the semifinals last week. One game short of the Dome. Of course, Pierre and T-Area had that epic game in the championship, but for Yankton, they'd like to get back about that far, if not farther as well. So as we mentioned, very good one coming up. Going to be joined tonight by John Wayne Calda, the one of the guys in the Pierre coaching ranks. Good to have you back up here again, Coach. And I think there's just so much hype going on, and we're seeing around the stadium already what an event this homecoming night is going to be.
Yeah, we were impressed. My kid and I showed up at about, I think, 5:50, 6 o'clock, and I mean, there's not a parking spot available right now. It's very good matchup, like you said. I think when you take a look at what Yankton always brings in pretty high potent offense and the quarterback and their wide receivers and some of the special teams that they have, it's I think we're looking for a good homecoming game.
Two teams that really want to run first, or I should say, pass the football first and throw it as much as they can. That's the bread and butter of both offenses. And if you like offense and if you like seeing the ball in the air in a high school game, this is the game for you tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be Yankton's kind of motive. I think, you kind of look at both sides of the ball right now. I think one of the big things is going to be, who can maybe keep that ball off the other team's offense.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's going to be their best defense, just keeping that ball on the field. And so maybe we'll see a little bit more run game and trying to kill the clock a little bit.
We'll talk more about that coming up and what we expect from both teams and keys to success. We've got conversations with both head coaches in that very segment in just a little bit. Let's take a 2-minute timeout. We'll get into the Becky Potsaba State Farm pregame show, and sponsored by the Becky Potsaba Agency of State Farm Insurance. And Pierre, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. 2 minutes, and we'll take a quick look around Class 11 AA and what's going on tonight and through the weekend, as well the state of 11 AA football. Coming up in our Becky Potsaba State Farm pregame show. This is Homecoming Pierre Governor Football and your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
For over 100 years, State Farm Insurance has been there to help whenever you need them. The team at Potsaba State Farm is your Central South Dakota good neighbor. While technology may have changed, you can always expect top-notch customer service from Potsaba State Farm. They'll take care of all of your insurance and financial service needs, where good neighbor service is their continued priority. Potsaba State Farm Insurance, with offices in Pierre and Gregory.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest, convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino, from the App Store or Google Play. It takes only a moment, so you'll have it in time for this game. See live and archived video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota high school sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
One team. The Pierre Governors know what that means, and so do the men and women of the Hughes County Sheriff's Office. No matter how good you are, a good team makes you better. To be the best, that takes teamwork. If you want to know more about the Hughes County Sheriff's Office and their 361 team, log on at hughescounty.org and click on the Sheriff tab. The Hughes County Sheriff's Office and the Pierre Govs, winning teams. Back at Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field, and we originate our broadcast from the Hughes County Sheriff's Office broadcast booth. We just heard from the Sheriff's Office, and we thank the men and women of the Sheriff's Office and all first responders for doing everything they do on a daily basis for our communities in Hughes County. In this case, so we welcome you, and again, thanks to the Hughes County Sheriff's Office for giving us a place to broadcast from, not only audio, but with the video. Live ticket is up here as well in the Hughes County Sheriff's Office broadcast booth. Follow the action again at drgnews.com or through the Pierre School website, which will get you through to GoGovs.live. Here's what's going on in the state of South Dakota so far after 3 weeks of high school football. Pierre, Yankton, T-Area, all 3-0. T-Area with a very impressive win over O'Gorman last week out of 11 AAA, 44-41, but they sit 1 power point on average behind Pierre and Yankton, who are tied at 45 power points, both with their 3-0 records. Mitchell is in the 4 spot, actually, after losing here last week to Pierre at 1-2, but their power average a little bit better than Brookings, who is 2-1. Then you've got Spearfish and Watertown, both 1-2, but better in a power average than Sturgis, also 2-1. The last 3 and 11 AA are Aberdeen Central, Huron, and Douglas, all 0-3. Scheduled tonight has the Bucks here at Pierre to take on the Governors. Watertown playing at Sioux Falls, Washington, and a 5 o'clock start earlier this afternoon. T-Area heads out to Douglas, and Huron goes to Sturgis. Also tonight, Mitchell will be playing at Aberdeen Central, and Spearfish is at Brookings. All 6 games in 11 AA, or featuring 11 AA teams, are being played tonight. And the bigger schools, along with Watertown at Sioux Falls, Washington, out of 11 AAA. O'Gorman goes to Rapid City Stevens. Sioux Falls Roosevelt plays at Brandon Valley. Sioux Falls Lincoln will be at Harrisburg. And then one game tomorrow has Sioux Falls Jefferson hosting Rapid City Central. Other games that are going on in the region and on DRG Media Group stations: Stanley County had a 5 o'clock kickoff down in Tyndall, but the Bottom Cavaliers were leading handily 43-0 at halftime there. That's Bottom's homecoming night tonight. Miller Highmore Herald is playing at Woonsocket, Wessington Springs, Sanborn Central. You can hear that game on KPLO 94.5 FM. Harriet Selby area on KMLO 100.7 FM is at Ipswich tonight, and Mobridge Pollock on Star 99.5 FM up north. They're playing at Aberdeen Roncalli in that all-new Northern State University Dakota Bank Stadium. Pretty cool opportunity for the Tigers to play there. Other games featuring region teams: Sully Buttes is playing at Colombe tonight. Potter County is at Langford area. Jones County at Timberlake. Phillip hosting Dupree, and Belle Fourche at Chamberlain this evening, among other teams. And that's what's going on in the state of football in central South Dakota, and especially for Class 11 AA. 2-minute break. We've got Coaches Conversations coming up. It'll be our Keys to Success portion of the Becky Potts of a State Farm pregame show after you hear this, as the Keys to Success will be brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care. This is Pierre Governor Football.
Have you found yourself worrying about inflation and market volatility? Considering, what should I do? Can I do anything? Am I going to be okay? The Ranky Gray team has been coaching their clients through these tumultuous times for over 35 years. Let us discover what easy, time-tested adjustments can be made for you. For a free second opinion, our team can be reached at 605-224-5959. Let's start today.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC. Registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Ranky Gray Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota wants your trade. We also want any vehicle that you might be willing to part with. So much so that we'll give you an additional $200 Pure Pride dollars when you trade or when you let us buy your vehicle. Yes, $200 Pure Pride dollars when you trade or when you sell your vehicle to Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota. Stop in at 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building. The garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
At American Family Insurance, we help protect what you've achieved so you can fearlessly go after your dreams. For auto, home, business, and life, contact us today. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance, Life Mutual, Standard of Ohio and Wisconsin Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin, 53783.
Call the Brittany Shufflebine Agency, LLC, with offices in Pierre, Oneida, and Gettysburg.
All right, it's time for Keys to Success with Steve Steele on homecoming night here, week number 4 on a 3-0 start. But things get a little serious now, Coach. We're going to have some fun here as the Yankton Bucks come to town, I think. We've got this Mitchell game last week, another brilliant performance, I think, offensively. Also, the defense doing their job, and I think it's almost an art form sometimes when the offense is running on full cylinders and everything's falling into place. And that's what I was thinking, especially in that first half last Saturday night.
Yeah, it was a strong performance all the way through again. Offense got a hot start, got in rhythm early and often, and defense just shut the door right away. I think it was really good for us to be pushed a little bit in that second quarter defensively. They really answered the bell when they got a couple first downs and shut them down and ultimately got the turnover. And I think defense forcing 3 turnovers is a very crucial thing going forward because those are just free possessions for the offense. And again, if we can get our offense in a rhythm and add 3 possessions, we're going to be tough to beat.
You talk about that one, the one possession in the first half in particular. Mitchell started throwing the ball, and I think they had a good sustained drive to start the second half too. I believe now, as you play the Yankton Bucks here in this game, that's more of what you're going to be faced with, maybe a little bit more seasoned offense, a little more experienced guys that are able to sustain drives a little bit more, and your defense might be on the field a lot more here tonight.
Yeah, this is going to be a good test for us. They've got a lot of really talented, skilled players. They're pretty much all back from last season. I think if anything, they're lost a little bit up front from last season to this season, but skill-wise, they're back. They're really good throwing the football. Their running backs really good running the football. Their quarterback's extremely athletic. They present a lot of challenges for us, and it's going to be a really good test on that side of the ball.
And their speed on this team too, right? You've got a quick defense, but what's Mitchell's or Yankton's speed going to be like compared to what you've seen so far?
Yeah, they've got probably 4 different guys that could take it all the way and can run away from opponents and have run away from opponents this season. With the quarterback being one of them, the running back being one of them, number 10 being one of them, number 1 being one of them. So they've got a lot of really fast players, and they just have a lot of talent at skill positions.
And talk about then with your defense and the speed that you have, how can you counter that, or what is it about closing gaps and getting the right angles in making in preventing big plays?
Yeah, this is going to be a big week for our secondary. To obviously be forced to cover for quite a long time at times. Rugby Reiken's a really good scrambling quarterback and can extend plays with his feet, so it's going to be important for them not to lose anyone in coverage. But it's a big week for our front 7 to really contain Reichen, and find a way to keep him in the pocket and make him throw in rhythm and not allow him to scramble out and extend plays for the receivers. So, Gavin Stott, it's going to be a big week for him. And it's Chase Sardis coming back this week and is really excited. And he's a great player to have coming back this week with his skill set too.
Yeah, a real playmaker to add to that linebacking core. Does Yankton this year seem to use the scramble as kind of a planned offensive weapon at times, like they used to with Fitzgerald, or is it still, or at least that's what it seemed like to me, or is it still just more of an improvisation on Reichen's part?
I think there's elements of both. There's definitely some improvisation from him, but there's definitely some moments where you can tell it looks pretty designed that he's going to be getting out of the pocket and moving around, and they do a really good job with their skilled players adjusting to scrambles and understanding, how to flip field and turn the other way if he goes out that way, or from short, turning upfield to go deep, and if you're deep, coming back. They do a really good scramble drill too.
All right, challenges that they give you on when they're on defense. What is the offense going to be facing here tonight?
Yeah, they're a similar shell to us. They're going to have a 3 deep shell. They only have 1 true safety, but there are 2 outside linebackers that we have are more DBs for them. So they'll have a lot of guys out in coverage. They fly to the football, they pursue really well, and then they get numbers to the ball and to the hole. So it'll be an important day for us to be disciplined on the offensive side, and not try to force too terrible much, and just again find our rhythm and be methodical getting down the field.
You're looking forward to some of these games now where you may have to expect your players, your starters, to be on the field a lot more than they have been, I think, in these first 3 games.
Yeah, and it's going to be good. We're really excited for the challenge and for this test, and again, to kind of see where we're at and where they're at. So I know our guys are really excited to hopefully go all 4 quarters today and get a tough game.
All right, other keys to success against the Bucks then.
I think the pace of this game is going to be interesting to see. Yankton's traditionally the last couple of years has been a hurry-up offense. And if they're hurrying up, that means they're having success. I think when we play best on offense, we have some success running fast and having a tempo. So if the offenses have their way, this could be a 14-hour game with about 400 plays. And if the defenses have it their way, it's going to be a lot of 3-and-outs. It still could be a 4-hour game, but it might be a 14-10 or 24-21 game if they have their way. So it'll be interesting to see the clash of styles today.
All right, your linebackers and defensive backfield obviously going to be busy in this one. How much are they prepared for this now?
They're excited. They're ready to go. The DBs have been ready to go. Facing predominantly run teams the first 3 games, they've been ready for this one for a month.
Can't wait. It's going to be a great homecoming night. How about you don't have any distractions or anything like that, right? I'm sure you guys put the kibosh and all that.
Yeah, it's always a challenging week, but it's a lot of fun too, and I think, we know there's a huge crowd. This is always a really fun game for everyone from the environment standpoint, and the fact that we're playing a really good opponent tonight that's going to bring a lot of fans is just going to make it that much better.
Oh, I can't wait, Coach. Looking forward to it. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
There's Steve Steele, the Governor, head coach, and coach's comments. Keys to success are brought to you in our pregame show by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. The homecoming royalty being paraded around the track, around Hollister Field, and we'll get more on the homecoming candidates and the royalty a little bit later on, maybe come halftime. But we've got another coach's conversation we want to get to you. Let's hear from Brady Muth after we hear this first from Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre.
Central Dakota Eye Care continues to grow. Hi, this is Dr. Matthew Blazik. I've recently joined the practice at Central Dakota Eye Care. I'm excited to move back to Pierre, and I'm accepting new patients of all ages. We offer state-of-the-art equipment, trained staff, and the best selection of eyewear and contact lenses. Regular, yearly, comprehensive eye exams are key to finding eye problems before symptoms appear. Call us today at 224-6128 for an appointment. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
All right, with more keys to success, our visiting head coach tonight is Brady Muth of the Yankton Bucks. Here is it's homecoming night for Pierre, Coach, but obviously I think everybody wants to come in and be the homecoming spoiler, and you guys are off to a pretty good start, and a couple of 3-0 teams, top 3 ranked, and we got a good one coming up tonight.
Yeah, it should be a good game. The Governors are really special program. Coach Steele's done a really good job of building that thing in the right direction, and some pretty phenomenal athletes right now in Pierre, and it's fun to watch you guys on film.
Yeah, I think the feeling is mutual here with what you guys have coming up too. I know a 3-0 start, a win over Watertown to keep that going last week, and have you been able to kind of use that passing offense through Rugby Riken to kind of get a lot of offense generated so far this year?
Well, the thing I think has been a pleasant surprise for us is how well we've been running the football. We're averaging over 200 yards a game, which we didn't really see coming into this. Now, I know Pierre's defense is a different type of animal compared to the defenses we've seen before, so we understand coming into this game it's going to be some tough sledding, and we got to make sure that we're physical up front if we think we're going to have a chance.
Wow, so I guess I didn't realize so much, but run-pass balance is a real thing for you guys this year, and a good thing too.
Yeah, and I sometimes people get caught up in that balance part of it, and we don't try to stay 50-50. I would say we're pretty close to that. I think we're averaging around 270 yards in the air and a little over 200 on the ground. But our big thing that we're trying to do is, as far as keeping balance, is making sure all of our guys are getting enough touches we've been pretty fortunate, especially the last couple of years, to have some really good perimeter players, and so trying to get the ball evenly distributed between those perimeter guys and keep the ball on the ground as well is what we kind of look at there. But like I said, we weren't expecting to have this much success up to this point in the running game, so we're pleasantly surprised. Like I said, we know we got a tough obstacle in front of us in Pierre's front.
I know Coach Steele has mentioned too, with Reichen in particular, maybe some of that running game, is that coming from scrambles and things like that? He's pretty adept at that, isn't he?
Some of it is from rugby scrambling a little bit, but we've been running some more designed run plays for our quarterback this year as well, and so just trying to utilize his talents as best as we can, and rugby's been a lot of fun. I think, in the couple years prior, we tried to coach some of that scrambling out of him, and about halfway through the season last year, we just kind of sat down and said, this is one of the things that, is a positive as far as some of the attributes he has. And so rather than try to coach it out of him, we've really just kind of let loose and let rugby be rugby, and it's been good for him and been good for us.
All right, looking forward to that. We've got you got a matchup against. You mentioned when Pierre's on the field and their defense. How about your defense and the biggest challenges that you'll face with Pierre's offense tonight?
Yeah, the biggest thing, it's when you study Pierre on offense, it's one of my favorite weeks just because it's something different, it's something unique, and you get kind of in a rut of seeing a lot of the same thing, but with Pierre, it's so unique and so dynamic. It's fun to study, and Coach Steele's really developed a really talented. He's got a talented group of guys, but he's really developed a very dynamic offense, and so the big thing that starts with, and it has for the last, I don't know how many years we've played Pierre, is you have to start with the quarterback position. You had some good ones out there, but Lincoln Keenholz is a real special athlete, and so we've got a guy like that back there pulling the trigger. It makes it difficult. You talk about run pass balance in our offense. Lincoln's got run pass balance in his own self, so it's really tough as far as on our end. Are we going to stop him in the air or stop him on the ground? And you can't pick and choose. You just have to do your best to stay sound, especially with the different formations and problems that running an unbalanced empty formation presents to a defense. It's a big challenge. We're excited for it, but it's going to be tough tonight.
All right. Overall, keys to success for the Bucs then tonight.
The biggest thing is, and this has been what we've been preaching all year with our group. We have to be the more physical team. When it comes down to, you can talk schematics and you can talk philosophy and strategy and all of those things, but the most important thing for us to have success is to be a more physical team. Blocking and tackling is what wins you football games, and you have to have a tough mental attitude to do that. So that's going into the game, without getting into all the specifics of game planning things. The things we really preach this week is we've got to be the more physical, the faster, the team that's going to push the tempo a little bit. That's what we've got to do to win this football game.
All right, Coach. Hey, wish you the best of luck. I think it's going to be a wild night at Hollister tonight. So let's have some fun. All right.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
And that's Brady Muth, the head coach of the Yankton Bucs, as the Bucs come here to take on the Pierre Governors for homecoming night. Going to be a big night. There's a huge crowd in the grandstands. The state office building parking lot is filling up. Yankton's brought a pretty good crowd. The Governors are ready to come out of the Fieldhouse locker room momentarily. Our keys to success brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. 2-minute break and the starting lineups coming up. You're listening to Homecoming Pierre Governor Football. Your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7, DRGnews.com.
With another school year in sports upon us, Beck Motor Company would like to wish all students and staff a great school year. Proud to support our communities for over 50 years, we're here for all your automotive needs. Call us at 224-5912. Visit us at beck-motors.com. Safe travels from everyone at Beck Motor Company in Pierre.
Every day, we're making a great deal better.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
You have a lot of expenses to juggle as a business owner. Worrying about health insurance for your employees shouldn't be one. Avera Health Plans could save your business up to 30% on health insurance costs without compromising your employees' benefits. You get access to a large network of providers and specialists, as well as 24/7 virtual provider visits with Avera Now. Now that's a deal. We make getting a quote and switching employer plans easy. Call your agent or get a quote at averahealthplans.com/save.
EnviroCheck makes life a little bit simpler. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what is handed to you, EnviroCheck has you covered. One call is all it takes to have easy setup, easy pickup, and easy payment. Call EnviroCheck at 605-224-4804 or use their website to pay your bill online at EnviroTechWaste.com. Use their mobile app, Waste Connect. Check their website or receive a robocall for collection schedule because of weather or holidays. EnviroCheck has you covered.
A senior in the center spot. The guards are Bryce Picorni on the left side, 225 and a sophomore. Right side, Daley Lapointe at 275 and a junior. The tackles are Caden Wawrinek, a 230-pound junior, and Luke Bernato, a senior at 225. The tight end is Tyler Gilmore, a junior at 205 of the Yankton offense. Nose tackle on the defensive side is Vaden Greel, a 220-pound junior. Tyson Prouty, a 215-pound junior at the defensive tackle spot, along with a freshman 220-pounder Peyton Eustace. Outside linebackers linebackers going both ways, offense and defense, include Gavin Swanson and Shaler Platt. Charlie Foote is a senior outside linebacker as well. Mac Ryken comes in to play the corner spot in the defensive backfield, a senior at 160, along with Cooper Grotenhouse, a senior at 170. Cody Oswald is one of the safeties, along with Lucas Kampshoff, a junior, 185, and the free safety is Rainer Roig, a senior at 170 pounds. We'll see Tyler Solar out there in the defensive backfield as well, depending on the defensive set. That's the Yankton Bucks offensive and defensive starting lineups, brought to you by EnviroTech and Pierre. Their head coach in his 5th season is Brady Muth. The Pierre Governors will start with Lincoln Keenels, the senior, University of Washington recruit, 195-pound at the quarterback spot. Brock Mosier, the tailback, the junior at 165. Wideouts, obviously a very good crew, beginning with Jack Merkwan, the 185-pound senior. Cade Kaiser, a junior at 185, and Brecken Kruger, the 165-pounder and a senior. As Matthew Brewer, one of the offensive linemen in the tackle spot, 205, and a junior. Josh Switzer, a 215-pound senior at one guard spot. Jason Michashok at 6'4", 320. The senior is one of the inside guards. Christian Bush is the center, snapping to Keenholz, 260 pounds and a senior. And Matthew Coverdale is the other guard at 225 pounds and a junior. A couple of tight ends, both being used well. Jed Zabel, a junior at 215. Jackson Edmond, 3 catches, 3 touchdowns last week against Mitchell, a senior at 200 pounds, and a big, tall weapon at 6'7" around the goal line in particular. For defense for the Governors, as Jason Michashok will start on the nose, flanked by the defensive tackles, a senior Josh Rydberg at 230, Emmett Anderson, a junior at 225 pounds. Linebackers is the Jacob Mayer at 175 pounds. And we might see more of Lincoln Keenholz playing some safety tonight as well, expecting the Bucks to be throwing a little bit more as well for the Pierre Governors. Their offensive and defensive starting lineup sponsored by EnviroTech and Pierre. Also, their head coach, Steve Steele, assisted by coaches Matt Thorson, Nathan Nas, Scott Nye, Adam Spohr, Dan Michashok, Sean Lewis, Jeff Schleckaway, Brevin Kaiser, and Duncan Trow are EnviroTech starting lineups here. Governors, Bucks, Both 3-0. Looking forward to a good time tonight here. Welcome to Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field. One other starting lineup to bring to you is the naming of tonight's game officials. They're the law on the field, and the law on the field sponsored by the law of the state of South Dakota, the Attorney General's Office, and more specifically their Division of Consumer Protection. Officiating from the Mitchell area tonight, Andy Deinert, Kevin Deinert, Jordan Gow, Scott Sonny, and Joe Schrader. Those are your game officials. That's the law on the field tonight. We thank all game officials for doing what is oftentimes a thankless job in officiating high school sports. Andy Deinert, Kevin Deinert, Jordan Gow, Scott Sonny, Joe Schrader, our law on the field, sponsored by the South Dakota Attorney General's Office and their Division of Consumer Protection. That is it for your Becky Pottsville State Farm pregame show. We'll take a 3-minute timeout, and we'll be back. We're closer to kickoff. We still have the enactment of the coin toss to bring to you coming up as well. Homecoming night, your official voice of Pierre Governor football is River 92.7, KGFX FM, online with the help of Live Ticket at drgnews.com.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety, River 92.7, KGFX FM, Pierre. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
Every day you share personal information about yourself with others. You may write a check, charge fuel, rent a car, mail your tax returns, schedule a doctor's appointment, or post something on social media. Each transaction may share some sort of personal information, such as bank and credit card account numbers, social security number, name, address, or phone number. There are unscrupulous individuals, identity thieves, targeting these routine transactions, trying to gain your information to commit fraud. If you think somebody has stolen your identity, contact Consumer Protection at 1-800-300-1986. Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? Live Ticket TV has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages start at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE extension 2. That's 833-605-5483 extension 2 and punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest, convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Hey, DQ fans, we're giving the people what they want. 2 Blizzard Treats of the Month. That's right, September means pumpkin pie, and the brand new Cinnamon Roll Center's Blizzard Treat have arrived. We're so excited we just couldn't wait to tell you. Pumpkin pie is a fall classic made with real pumpkin pie pieces. And the new Cinnamon Roll Centers is jam-packed with your favorite soft cinnamon roll pieces. Hurry in and taste them for yourself today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Welcome back to Phil Troutner Stadium at Hollister Field. The coin toss has been done on the field, and I guess I didn't see who won the toss, but the Pierre Governors will receive. I tend to think that Yankton likes to defer, and I think the Governors right now, Coach Calda, I think they're just very fine and comfortable and fine and dandy returning the opening kick because they're 3 for 3 and scoring touchdowns in their opening drive of the game this season.
Yeah, I got to believe that no matter what side of the ball they're on at the start, they're feeling pretty good about themselves. We get the ball in our hands right off the bat and just see what we can do and control the game is definitely where Coach Steele wants to be.
So 7-0, 7-0. Even last week against Mitchell, it was an 8-0 start after the opening Governor possession. So look out for the Yankton kicking game, though. They got a good one. And Trevor Paulson, who's a senior, big legs. So we check the wind. And the flag resting still at half staff to our west is at rest. We got a nice night for football. The only threat of anything weather-wise would be in the way of showers and thunderstorms. And there are some showers to the south, supposed to be moving in this direction. The question is, will they dissipate, or will this game be affected by wet weather a little bit later on? I do see that Huron and Sturgis out west has been delayed because of some thunderstorm activity, so they're going to try to start that one an hour later than intended. Stanley County, by the way, playing at Bonham today. They had a 5 o'clock kickoff, and that one on KGFX AM, but that one is complete. And Bonham with a 43-7 win over the Stanley County Buffaloes, who fall to 1-3. Trevor Paulson will kick off for the Bucks, and boom, we're up and into homecoming football. A low line drive kick, though, taken by Trey Lewis at his own 5-yard line up to the 30, cutting out to the outside, and he'll be brought down shy of the 35, maybe the 34 is where the Bucks or the Governors will start, as Peyton Peterson, a junior slot receiver on offense, brings him down. So here we go, the Governors. 1st and 10 and good field position to start at their own 34-yard line. Pierre 3-0 so far on the season. Yankton also 3-0, and I think they've had similar competition to this point, even though only one common opponent, that being the Mitchell Colonels. Opening on the ground for the Governors, as even right away, perhaps trying to catch Yankton a little bit off guard, expecting them to be expecting the pass. And an inside handoff from Lincoln Keenholz out of the gun to Brock Mosier. He'll get a yard. Actually, he'll get 3. They'll spot him across the 35, up to the 37-yard line. 2nd down and 7. Keenholz. And a clap, and nobody budging on that one. And now we've got a flag that'll be thrown here by the umpire. Pre-snap penalty just like that. And then we got a false start called on the Governors. And in fact, maybe an illegal snap by Christian Bush, as the Governor's going to be marked back 5 yards. Coach Calder, you can get a couple of jitters going on here on homecoming night, especially with a game that is being hyped up as much as this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're just kind of sitting on pins and needles right now and just looking, obviously, to come out and establish the game, and sometimes looking for just a little bit of an edge.
2nd and 12, Keenholz with time. Nobody open downfield. He'll tuck and run to the short side, near side of the field, back up across the 35-yard line, run out of bounds. At about the 39, it looks like Cooper Grotenhouse will run him out. Actually, they'll spot him all the way back to the 36. So that's a gain of a little. We'll give him 4 on the run, but the Governor's going to have 3rd and long on their opening drive of the game. So far, so good for that Buck defense. Yankton in road white with the red numbers, white pants, red stripes, red helmets. The Governors in black on black tonight. First time we're seeing this look from the Governors in their 3 home games this season. 3rd and 8, Governors, as Keenholz will throw on a slant to the left. And a pass intended for Cade Kaiser, I believe it is broken up. Kaiser had to go low, probably would have been short of the 1st down line to gain. But just like that, the Bucks giving the Governors something to think about. Governors not so easy. Of course, hurting themselves with a penalty a couple of plays into that one. So Pierre's going to have to punt for the first time on the opening drive of the season in 4 games.
You know, nothing special defensively out of Yankton there. Just got a little pressure on him. Maybe made him throw that ball a little bit quicker than what he was probably looking for. But again, you're not seeing anything special out of both teams right now.
Keenholz, the punter, will put a high kick up. Plenty of hang time, and the deep man, Cody Oswald, will let it bounce. It will take a Pierre bounce inside the 25-yard line, down to the 22 of the Yankton Bucks. That will set up the Yankton squad, their offense, for the first time at their own 22. 10:58 to go, quarter number 1. Just a minute gone by in 3 plays on that 3 and out by the Governors. 42 yards unofficially on the punt for Keenholz. Helped out by the good bounce. And we'll see what Rugby Riken does with the Yankton offense. Starts out in the pistol, sends Tyler Solar in motion from left to right. Gavin Swanson is the running back. They'll go to him right away, and immediately Trey Lewis gets into the backfield to break it up. There's Chance Sarda. There's Jacob Mayer even from the safety spot to push Swanson back, but he does get to the line of scrimmage, so it'll be a gain of nothing. No, loss of 4. Okay, from the 22, I guess we are back inside the 20-yard line. I'm so amped up, I don't even know where we're at. So 2nd and 14, we'll see Riken throw. Perhaps. He's got time. He'll have to roll out here. Now throwing on the run, and this one's short. Governors say it's short hopped, and the officials will concur. Pass intended for Tucker Gilmore. I believe I saw number 4 out there, a junior tight end. So incomplete, and back once again to the 18-yard line they go. Another play stoppage here. And Riken looking. Governors only rushing 3. Now they get to him in the backfield. Riken couldn't make a decision in that instance. And off of the left side comes Emmett Anderson to drop the quarterback for a sack back at his own 6-yard line, a loss of 12. And a big loss at that. Coach, I don't think Yankton fans are used to seeing Rugby Riken not being able to at least tuck and run. The Governors, surprisingly, only rushing 3, but they get to him here.
Yeah, I'd go back and question that last play before this one here on why he maybe didn't just tuck the ball and go instead of making that pass and making something happen there. But give credit to the defensive backs on not giving him an opportunity to make a pass there.
Trevor Paulson with a gorgeous punt out of the shadow of his own goalpost sends Jaden Wiebe all the way into Governor territory, taken on a fair catch at the 47-yard line. That is a 47-yard punt in the air for Paulson. Huge leg on that guy. Just it is a thing of beauty to watch him kick. We've been able to do that here in the last couple of years. Governors have great field position, though, helped out by that big loss on the quarterback sack. It's 1st and 10 for the Govs at their own 47-yard line. Second possession of the game, no score. 9:36 to play. Govs will go on the ground with the quarterback, Lincoln Keenholz, into Yankton territory on the near side across the 50 down to the 45. Gain of about 8 right away. It'll be 2nd and 2 and a better start for the Governors this time, as Keenholz runs for the 2nd time. More of a scramble on his first rushing attempt. This one a designed run to the short side of the field. A lot of receivers here to the short side. One guy wide to the left is Cade Kaiser. Keenholz wants to throw. Kampshoff got in there quickly, but now Keenholz needs to find somewhere to go. He'll be brought down for a loss. Actually run out of bounds, and a good job there. Number 55 is Tyson Prouty out of the linebacking spot, and even though Keenholz wasn't tackled, it will be a quarterback sack back to the Governor's side of the field. And my golly, defense certainly is the norm so far here tonight. A loss of 7. So a sack of the Yankton quarterback by the Governors. Now a sack by the Bucks of Lincoln Keenholz. 3rd down and 9. Lincoln will look, survey, throw. Merkwan broke free, but Keenholz leads him a little bit too far. And we got some extracurricular over here on the near side between some of the linemen, but boy, what can you say about the Yankton defense? And now we've got a flag that's been thrown just now. Yankton with Vaden Greel, the nose tackle out here on the near side, was giving chase, but I think he just got, I think one of the peer blockers just kept playing to the whistle, essentially, and I don't know what happened after that. So unsportsmanlike conduct on the Governors. So the incomplete pass would bring up 4th and 9, but tack on a 15-yard loss on the penalty here. And homecoming night. Everybody's fired up for homecoming night, but eventually the Governors, in this case, Coach, are going to have to control their emotions and, you know, get some better execution on the offensive end.
Yeah, there's no doubt Yankton's coming in with a little bit of fire, and they've shown that on defense right now. They're pass rush is getting to be pretty good. They're just, again, their safeties and their DBs are playing pretty tight coverage, and probably something we haven't seen obviously for many games. And just a little frustration. We'll settle down.
Keenholz to punt for the second time. Cody Oswald back, wants a return, but the Governors cover him up. And there is Chase Sarda. First game to start this season, and Oswald actually loses a few yards on the return. Another big punt for Lincoln Keenholz. But Yankton keeping this game scoreless with their second defensive effort. They'll have it 1st and 10 at about their own 23-yard line. 8:41 to go here, quarter number 1. No score yet on homecoming night. Yankton lost 16 yards on their first offensive possession. The Governors offensively have positive yardage, but not much. And they've lost 20 yards on 2 penalties as well. Here's Swanson coming up the middle. He got skinny to get through the line of scrimmage. And he goes right up the gut across the 30 to the 32-yard line. Nice gain of 9 here. And Swanson, actually they'll give him 8. Reichen now keeping it himself, rolling out as he reaches the end. He'll be upended, but he does have a first down across the 35-yard line. And I believe that was Lewis who gets to him. Yankton wants to hurry things up a little bit to the 38. First down. That's the first down of the night. A gain of 6 here for Rugby Reichen. 1st and 10 for the Bucks. Swanson, another inside handoff, and this one a couple of yards to the 40. As the Govs will get him down right in the middle of the line of scrimmage. Now we've got another flag that's just been thrown. Chase Sarda coming off of Swanson after making another tackle. Well, I'll tell you what, John Calda, put yourself in the mind of a 16 or a 17, 18-year-old kid. It's homecoming night. Your team has something to prove. No matter what team you're playing on, you want to come in and make a huge showing in this game. And what was the call there?
It was on Yankton. Yeah, unsportsmanlike.
Okay, another unsportsmanlike. But, I mean, obviously the emotions on both sides are going to run quite high. And really, I guess whoever gets their emotions in check might be the team that's going to get the early edge in this game.
Yeah, and you're kind of catching maybe a little bit of what the staff, with the the umpires and the refs, what they're going to be kind of looking for tonight as well, and just not letting that kind of game happen. Sometimes they let it go, sometimes they don't let it go, but
Reichen trying to dump one off on the flat right side. The Governors had it well covered. In fact, Gavin Stotts cut in front of Cody Oswald and just about picked one off. Bucks with that 15-yard penalty backed up all the way to their 25-yard line. Scoreboard now says 3rd down and 23 to go for Yankton. Governor defense spreading out. Yankton's got 4 receivers eligible here on the near side, but he wants to go long. Does Reichman, looking for Oswald on the far side. Governors have 2 guys on him, including Jaden Wiebe. Trey Lewis trailing the play. Incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down and forever. So Reichman over 0 for 2 so far. We first saw Reichman coming in and in a backup role for Tucker Fitzgerald a couple of years ago as a sophomore. Being a passing quarterback, short hop on the snap. The Governors weren't rushing though, and Paulson gets another high spiral kick coming right down to Jaden Wiebe at his own 31-yard line. That is, I got to tell you, for high school, that's about as impressive of a punter as we've seen in some time.
Yeah, you can get that kind of hang time, allow your offense to get down there and actually, pursue the returner. That's exactly what you want out of those guys.
So 7:42 to go, quarter number 1, 2 for 2. Well, 0 for 2 for both teams offensively. We've got no score. And the biggest news of the night has been the defense, but also a few penalties, a couple of unsportsmanlikes, 1 for each team. So Lincoln Keenholz will be in an empty backfield. The line of scrimmage loaded up with a couple of tight ends and all those offensive linemen. Yankton blows it up from the right side. Keenholz, I think, had to change his direction, tried to go straight up the middle of the field. Lucas Kampshoff, the last off the bottom of the pile, and a gain of just 1 to the 33-yard line, 2nd down and 9. Now, if you're a pure receiver, you're used to running in open space and getting open, but right now that's the challenge, I think, for the receivers to try to get some offense generated here.
I think that's, to me, tonight's game was, I was probably more excited to just see what both quarterbacks were going to be able to do with their feet and get out and scramble and how they could actually make plays maybe off of nothing. We haven't really been able to see that out of any quarterbacks yet. They've been sitting back and kind of in the pocket a little bit. I'm hoping maybe, well, obviously not Yankton, but for us, I'm hoping maybe we open that up a little bit more and let him get out into space and run and see what he can do.
Keenels on this second down and 9 run started left, cut back up the far hash mark, but there is a holding penalty, presumably on the Governors, that helped seal the hole. Might have been Jackson Edmond trying to close that off a little bit, but maybe a little too good on the effort. And looks like the flag was thrown a yard ahead of the line of scrimmage. The penalty will be counted against the Govs. And indeed, holding. They'll spot it back inside the 25 to the 23. So a loss of 10 on that one. Wipe away. About a 6 or a 7 yard gain on the run by Lincoln Keenels, and now it's second down and 18. Clock running, 6:35 to go, quarter number 1, no score. Keenels will fake the throw, now throw outside, near side. Cade Kaiser going to be upended in the open field. Cooper Grotenhouse makes a nice open field tackle here. Kaiser with a completion, but only a yard. Nope, no gain. In fact, he gets right back to the 23-yard line. Not a bad play call or an idea of a play call just to get some kind of rhythm in the passing offense, if nothing else. But Yankton covers that up just fine as well. 3 wide to the far side. Jack Merkwan alone here on the right. Single covered. Keenel's going to be looking for him. Merkwan's got a step. Keenel's drops it in at the 50, but it's broken up. Mac Reichen, heck of a play. Jack Merkwan had maybe mistimed his jump a little bit here as he was trying to haul it in. Reichen looked like he got a hand in there, knocks it loose. The ball comes off the knee of Jack Merkwan. I'll tell you what, you see Jack Merkwan single covered here on the near side, and you pretty much know what's coming, and he got around Mac Reichen. The Govs missed an opportunity there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking for. Had to step on him, but as a defensive guy, you got to love the play out of Reichen there and how he came in and busted that up, even though he was beat by a step.
Keenels will punt for a third time on 4th and 18. Jason Mache shot, long snapper. Keenels has to line drive this one, but a fair catch will be called for at the Yankton 43-yard line. Cade Kaiser was right there. The Governors have 3 possessions, but 3 3-and-outs. Something, to be quite honest, I never thought I'd be saying this entire season. Yankton will have it 1st and 10 at their own 43-yard line. Now they're getting the advantage in the field position game here in our first quarter. Ryan Open with a play call along with John Calda. That side, appreciate his presence here tonight. Yankton starts 1st and 10. They'll keep it on the ground. Gavin Swanson spins out of the tackle of Deegan Huska. 3 more Governors pursue, but Swanson has a nice gain up across the 45 to the 48 and a pickup of maybe 5. And Yankton ready to go again. That was one thing that Coach Brady Muth mentioned, that they're averaging 200 yards a game on the ground, are the Bucks. And everybody's kind of assuming a lot of passing offense. Here's another quick snap, and Swanson to the near side outside and to the 50-yard line.
Seeing what they're doing right now, though, I can definitely see how they're getting that ground game going. You get hurry-up offense, and we're not quite getting set in time and still kind of walking around a little bit or hustling around to get to where we need to be.
Reichen snaps, gets it to Swanson. He'll get a first down into Governor territory inside the 45, brought down to the 44. Gain of 6 more and a first down. Yankton now has 2 chain movers. Well, the Governors again have gone 3 and out, 1, 2, 3 times over. 5:15. Clock will start up again. Balls between the hash marks. Swanson the tailback, but Shaler Platt doing a good job leading the way as a fullback as well. Swanson again, straight up the middle. Modest gain, close to the 40. It looks like they'll spot him at the 41 this time. Trey Lewis helping the runner up. The Shea Shock is in there. Emmett Anderson and others, and a gain of 3. Reichman, he'll send Gilmore in motion here. Out to the right, and it fakes the play action. Here it comes as Reichman rolls out to the right, and he's just got to unload it to get rid of it because 2 Governor defenders were after him. Emmett Anderson broke free again, and also Chase Sarda.
Big Maciejczak in there as well, busting through the line. You gotta like to see him getting in the action.
Jason's going to check out. Austin Longdo coming in to take his place. Now 3rd down and 7 for the Bucks. Clock stops 4:35, and I don't know if the Pierre fans have chanted for defense all season long, but here we are, first quarter. And that's what they're hoping for. Solar is set on the right side. Reichen goes as Oswald has a step on Wiebe, and the pass is caught inside the 10-yard line, near side. And Wiebe helps him up, and a nice bit of sportsmanship, but Jaden Wiebe got beat on that play, but Cody Oswald certainly has beaten an awful lot of defenders so far this season. All the way down inside the 10-yard line to the 7, a hookup of 34 yards as Reichman completes his first pass in 4 tries tonight. Now first down run. Back to Swanson. Brought down to the 5-yard line. Call it at the 4, and a pickup of 3. The Bucks threatening to strike first from the near hash mark. Another snap, another quick throw. There's Oswald. He's got it. Touchdown, Yankton Bucks. On the 8th play of a drive, impressive for Yankton. Their offense. We've got a flag on this one, though, so hold the phone. Not sure exactly when this was thrown. Right now, we'll assume that it was during the play, so maybe not a touchdown here. You said it, Coach. Just that quick snap, though, as quickly as Yankton is getting up to the line of scrimmage, they snapped that very quickly.
Well, and the fact that you got to honor that quarterback. I mean, so you got guys that are getting the backfield. It's like, getting that repass option right now to where, who's got the ball. We got guys that are keen on the quarterback quite a while, but I think they could probably getting in there, getting that running back right as he's getting the handoff as well.
This is a 5-yard penalty on the Bucks. I think the call was for ineligible man downfield, but that's a lineman getting an ineligible receiver getting 5 yards upfield in quite a hurry. That pass was thrown very quickly.
Exactly my thought.
2nd down and goal. They're at the 9-yard line, though. Governor's getting a break. Solar's in motion. They'll pitch it to him, and now a flag will be thrown in the backfield, and another one from the far side. Little pitch pass, technically, from Reichen to Tyler Solar as he tries to turn the right side corner, but Yankton, I'm going to guess, might have had 2 people moving and not set in the backfield at the same time. Well, it wasn't an illegal shift in the initial indication. Solar tackled for a loss of 1 at the 10. Steve Steele getting the details from a couple of officials. 12 men on the field. As they say, illegal participation. So another penalty here to the Bucks, who had it at the 4-yard line, 2nd and goal. But now they'll be backed up to the 15 on another 5-yard penalty. They haven't moved it back yet. Right now the ball resting at the 10-yard line. The line of scrimmage was the 9. So this one, or is Coach Steele declining this penalty?
I thought he was waving him back, but seems like
if you take the result of the play, you have 3rd and goal at the 10-yard line. You back him up, it'd be 2nd and goal from the 14. Now, one thing to think about is Yankton obviously has a good kicking game. Trevor Paulson, you'd have to push him a long way back before you get him out of field goal range. So that's not really an issue. I think Coach Steele, well, if he were to accept this, and it doesn't look like they're going to, they'll push him back. If you were to accept that, you get it at 3rd and goal, but essentially 3rd and long, shy of the goal line. Force a 4th down, and then Yankton would have to kick. Well, this one,
they did push a lot further back than I thought it was going to.
All the way back. That's essentially a 15-yard penalty. Illegal participation. All right, well, now I see why they move him back. 2nd and goal at the 24-yard line here, and here comes Sarda. Takes down Reichen back behind the 30-yard line. Chase Sarda, his first game of the season. What a start defensively for the senior linebacker. Broke through. I think Gavin Swanson might have tried to chip him maybe before going out in a passing pattern, but or receiving pattern, but now back to the 31-yard line. A sack of loss of 7. As Cody Oswald comes out here to the near side. Swanson out of the formation here. 4 wide, far side. 3:25 left to go. Still scoreless here in the first. Austin Goebel in motion. Got a holding penalty in the backfield now as Reichen spins again. Still scrambling, making a nice move, and then again, and now to the near side. I think Gavin Stotts runs him down. Tackles him hard to the Governor bench. We've got holding Yankton. We've got a flag resting at the 38-yard line of the Pierre Governors, but again, keep in mind, first and goal at the 7 became second and goal at the 4. Then a 5-yard penalty back to the 9, and then a 15-yard penalty for illegal participation put him back to the 24. A sack for a loss of 7. Got him back to the 31 for 3rd down, and now a 10-yard penalty for a hold is going to move the Bucks all the way back to the Pierre 48-yard line.
I don't know if I've seen a 3rd down attempt this long before.
Well, in Brookings, Pierre had a 1st and goal from the 40-yard line after a couple of penalties, but now 3rd down and a Hughes County mile from the 48 here. 3rd and goal. Reichen wants to throw. He steps into it with time. He goes far side up the sideline, and the pass just off of the fingertips of Oswald.
Another flag.
And we have another flag that rests at the 49-yard line.
Well, Coach Steele wasn't wrong when he said this game could take us about 4 hours tonight, the way it's looking. Just not quite the approach he was guessing, though.
Absolutely. If this is on Yankton again, though, now I think Coach Steele can decline a penalty. An eligible receiver downfield again on the Yankton offensive line, so that would be a 5-yard penalty, but this will be 4th and goal. Yes, 4th and goal at the 48-yard line. So here comes Trevor Paulson, but this is not the kind of kick that Coach Reichen wanted. Coach Muth, rather. Take the result of the play. Rugby Reichen so far 1 out of 5, but he did have a 34-yard hookup. Paulson almost blocked. This one high end over end. It'll take, well, just a little divot right out, a little ball mark at the 20-yard line.
That punt game is going to be key for us tonight, I think. If that snapper can't bring that ball up, we're going to get to a couple of those, and that's going to change things greatly there.
Trevor Paulson kicked that ball nose down, just like an NFL punter, and that's the one thing that they've turned that into an art form in the professional game, is just being able to stick them inside the red zone. That wasn't necessarily the case here, as he might have had to rush that with the Governors coming after him. 1st and 10 Pierre here at their own 21-yard line. 0-0. Keenholz throws over the middle up the seam and looking for Merkwan, but that pass caught in front of. And another good defensive effort by the safety, Rainer Roig. So Reichman, I keep saying Reichman, and I apologize for that. Rugby Reichen, 1 out of 5 for 34 yards. Lincoln Keenholz just 1 out of 4 for no yards. His connection to Cade Kaiser went for no gain. 4th possession of the night for the Governors. Who'd have thought we'd still have a scoreless game? 2:50 to go, quarter number 1. Govs are in motion, but Matthew Coverdale will move off of the right side of the offensive line. And as Yankton has been guilty of 4 penalties that have been marked against them, the Governors now with 4 penalties. Can't say enough of what we've seen from Yankton, though. This team is for real. You can already tell.
Yeah, you know, they keep talking speed, but you kind of hear that with a lot of teams. They got speed. They've got some guys, you know, can they match up with us? And they're definitely showing their DBs and their safeties can match speed. Their linemen seem like they're getting after it. They're controlling that line of scrimmage pretty well. 2nd and 15, and over the middle looking for Jackson Edmond is Lincoln Keenholz. That one just about hauled in, but big guy Jackson Edmond at 6'7" had to go low. Try to haul that one in. And it'll be 3rd down and 15.
from back at the 16-yard line. I don't know if Keno's trying to aim that one just a little bit. Obviously keeping it away from the defense. That's the good thing, but just missed on that one. Now 3rd and 15. Lincoln wants to run, but he's got an open field. He'll tuck and run. 30 up to the 33-yard line. There's the first down of the game for the Pierre Governors on a simple scramble for Lincoln Keno's. Spotted at the 32, 3rd and 15. He picks up 16. And it's a first down for Pierre. And there's something I'm kind of looking forward to, Coach, just to see how much of a weapon that scramble becomes. When the field opens up and all these receivers are running down and these defenders are following them, you're going to have a lot of space in the middle of the field. Keno's going to keep it again, turning the left end around the corner, 35 up to the 38, up into there for a pickup of maybe 6.
Yeah, it seemed like first couple of series they had a couple backers spying on him pretty hardcore, but that last one they must have went to a zone and backed him off the line a little bit and definitely gave him some room to run. But I think Coach Steele is going to probably start picking that apart a little bit more as the game goes on and get him the ball a little bit more and just let him do what he does and pick up 8-10 yards like it's nothing.
And that's just something that makes me think of the Yankton offense over the last couple of years in the games that we've seen. A lot of good ball games being played. Couple of, one in the playoffs 2 years ago. Keno's has it. He's got a first down and more. 50, 40, breaks through, and the last guy to beat 30, 10, 5, and a touchdown. No flags on the field this time. Lincoln Keno's slipped through an ankle tackle, and at long last, even though they're still in the first quarter, the Pierre Governors are on the board. Unfortunately for Yankton, though, Gavin Swanson is still down back near the 40-yard line. This is a 62-yard touchdown run for Lincoln Keno's. And again, right now I don't know that it can be understated. There's no flags on the field, the way this thing has gone so far. Pierre trainer Casey Michelson checking up on Gavin Swanson, and this is the starting, granted he's playing defense as a linebacker, but this is the starting tailback for the Yankton Buck offense as well. And it looked like initially I thought he was favoring his left leg, and maybe that is where it is right now, where the issue is. So with 1:46 to go, the Governors are on the board. They lead 6-0 with the PAT conversion attempt pending. And everything Yankton's been able to do very well defensively. Eventually Coach Steele and crew are going to find, and Lincoln Keno's are going to find a chink in the armor, and that might have been just using the quarterback to run the football a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what they do best. They can pick apart a defense. Like, again, it seems like it's easy for them just to sit back and just read and be able to figure out what they got to do.
Not a good sign for Swanson. He is not putting any weight on his left leg at all. He certainly, in this game, again, a lot of hype on this one. It's still early season. In the grand scheme of things, this game doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. It's just a game with a lot of eyes on it. A lot of people want to see both teams at their best. And so far, I think we have, certainly the Bucks and their defense, playing very well so far. But again, a 62-yard touchdown run for Lincoln Keno's, as it turns out. Let's hope Gavin Swanson can get back in this and won't be lost for too long. Looks like he's putting a little more weight on it back on the far sideline. Back to the matter at hand. A PAT from Andrew Campion for the Governors, and it's through. Pierre strikes first. It took a while, but they do lead 7-0. We've got 1:46 left to go in quarter number 1. Let's take a 30-second break. We're back for the Pierre Kick when we return. Homecoming night. This is Pierre Governor football.
Riverview RV Park overlooks Lake Sharp on the Missouri River. They have all the amenities from full hookups, laundry, showers, dog park, play area, and free Wi-Fi. There's no need to drive across the country. When here in central South Dakota, you can find some of the best fishing and the most spectacular sunrises and sunsets. Call us today at 605-280-6266 or reserve your next camping spot online at briggsrvpark.com.
John Hoffman Electric is your neighborhood electrical service contractor, and so much more. No job is too big or too small for our team of professionals. We pride ourselves on keeping up with new technologies, such as Aerial, an augmented reality visual tool used to customize and experience a finished space before breaking ground. So whether you're building new or renovating a home, farm, or commercial space, let John Hoffman Electric light the way. John Hoffman is a proud sponsor of all local activities broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
With a 62-yard touchdown run. He broke a couple of tackles along the way, slipped out of an ankle tackle at about the Yankton 40-yard line and was gone. After that, Andrew Campia's PAT makes it 7-0. Yards hard to come by so far. Lincoln Kienholz was six rushes for 35 yards. Now all of a sudden he is 5 for 35. Now all of a sudden 6 carries for 97 yards with that 62-yard scamper. Line drive kick as Austin Goebel takes it at his 10-yard line, starts up the middle, then out to the outside, and Yankton, as the Governors really had good downfield coverage there. I tell you what, I thought that kick was so quick and on such a line that Goebel might have an opportunity to get a big run, but Pierre covered it up nicely.
Yeah, somewhere there was a little bit of transition on our play. I mean, we're definitely getting after it a little bit more and getting on the field and again controlling that line of scrimmage like we expected to do from the start.
So a minute 40 to go in the first quarter. Governors lead 7-0 now. Rugby Reichen's going to have to do a lot of the running here, and he's got a good start up across the 30 to the 34. Pickup of 7. And again, Gavin Swanson is out, so we'll have to check and see who Yankton's got in there. He's sitting behind Reichen now in the backfield. Reichen looked that way, but here come the Governor defense again, blown up by Josh Rydberg first, and as Reichen tried to spin away from Josh Rydberg, there again is Chase Sarda for a quarterback sack. The third time the Governors have brought down Reichen for a loss. This one takes him back 10 yards. 29 yards lost in the passing game on those 3 sacks by the Govs. Evan Sirk is the backup running back now. 3rd and long, 3rd and 13 we'll call it. Reichen rolling right up the sideline, and it's intercepted. Looking for Tyler Solar, but sitting in the way is Trey Lewis. Second game in a row, Trey has picked one off. This one turns away the Bucks. Reichen was running out of room, had to throw it somewhere. But that one thrown right to Trey Lewis. And the Governors have it back with 40 seconds to go here in the first, and they'll start on the Yankton 35-yard line. Now, you definitely said it, a little bit of a shift in momentum, Coach. As Kienholz wants to throw, going for the downs right away. Kaiser had a step, and knocked away. Kaiser had to wait for that one just a little bit here on the near side. A nice play from Cooper Grotenhouse, who's playing a heck of a game defensively so far.
Yeah, you don't have to say that very often either when guys got to sit back and wait for Lincoln Kienholz's ball. I mean, that's normally one where he's throwing on a line and he's got him led, and that's normally a 6. But you like to see the separation there, and again, something I think we come back to here in the future.
You know, he did float that one a little more. You said it, throw on a line or throw on a dart. That's what we've seen from him a lot of times so far this season. Here's Kienholz on the keeper. He's got room again. He's tripped up. There is a flag back at the 32-yard line. Lincoln had a first down pickup inside the 25 all the way down to the 20. But they'll toss the football back to the officials in the middle of the field, and looks like this one will come back. Holding on the Governors on the left side, and again, Lincoln went around the left end. The flag was thrown about 3 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage, so call it at the 27, though, or the 32. They'll mark him back to the 42. So essentially a 7-yard loss will give Lincoln 3 yards of positive rushing, but again, the Governors with their 5th penalty on the night have them sitting again at the Buck 42. Second down, 17. 20 seconds to go. It'll be time for one more play here in the first quarter. 7-0 Governors. Yankton had a play that went into the end zone, but a penalty marked him back, and then another penalty, and then a sack. and another penalty. Took him out of scoring range. Keenholz with another keeper. He'll be tripped up by Cody Oswald here on the near side, diving ahead to the 41-yard line on what'll be the final play of a very interesting, to say the least, first quarter here on homecoming night. That's a 1-yard gain, and the Governors will have it 3rd and 15 when we come back into the second. But on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, it's the Governors 7 and the Yankton Bucks nothing. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. And Pierre Governor football is brought to you in part by your Pierre Sports Marketing.
Briggs Trucking and Construction in Fort Pierre provides quality freight transportation services, cargo hauling, excavation, and demolition services. They also specialize in dirt and gravel work for everything from commercial work to new construction. Briggs Trucking and Construction will haul everything from light poles to farm and agricultural supplies. The bigger the job or the bigger the load, the better, as that is where their expertise really shines. Contact Briggs Trucking and Construction at 605-280-2848 or email them at cbriggs25@pi.midco.net to visit about your next project.
Going to the second quarter, welcome back. Phil Troutner Stadium at Hollister Field with John Calda. I'm Brian Oakland. The Governors leading Yankton 7-0 and looking for more, but they've got it 3rd and 15. Over the middle, Lincoln Keenholz fires, and I believe that's Jackson Edmond hauling it in. It is the big tight end inside the 25 down to the 21, a pickup of 20. And suddenly, as Keenholz finally completes his second pass attempt of the night in 7 tries, the first one went for no gain, but this one for 20, and that looked more like what we're used to seeing here.
Yeah, you go early. Yankton's getting pressure on him, maybe hurrying him up a little bit. Maybe he's got a little, having to get the ball released early. Now he can sit back in the pocket. At least he has in the last couple of plays and just do what he does.
3 wide, 2 wide to the left, couple of tight ends to the other side. The timing pattern, Merkwan! Does he have it? No, they say it's broken up again. Boy, there again is 22, Cooper Grotenhuis. Grotenhouse, I'm not sure how you say that, but he's a heck of a defender. And I don't believe he played in the game last week against Mitchell. I was watching their live video stream a bit, but he has come to play tonight. And Jack Merkwan has been denied twice now on what would be big pass plays. This one could have been a 21-yard score.
Yeah, that was perfectly placed. You couldn't have been any better there for a ball that he came back around and got a hand in there and able to break it up.
2nd and 10 from the 21. Another Keenholz keeper coming to the near side, up the near hash mark. Good gain here inside the 15 down to the 10. If that's where it is, it'll be a first down. As the crowd has already been able to chant. Keenholz now with 9 quarterback keepers, including a 62-yard touchdown. And he's got the Governors at 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. Gave him 10 on that one. It actually went for 11 from the 21. So near hash mark, here come the Govs. Merkwan and Edmond. Mosier also in the slot, leading the way. Keenholz breaks through to the 5. Brought down at the 4. And in the area there, Charlie Foote, a good linebacker. 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line after a pickup of 6. Now Keenholz with 117 yards on the ground. High snap, one-handed receive. Foote has Keenholz. As Lincoln fights for as many inches as he can get. He's in fact got another couple of yards down to the 2. Sometimes you stick with what works, and when rushing the quarterback, when using the quarterback in the running game is what works. We've seen this in the recent past. That's what the Governors will stick with. 10:05 to go, second quarter, 7-0. As Keenholz is alone in the backfield, Merkwan, Edmond, Weapons to the left. Kaiser alone, far side right. There goes Mosier in motion. Here comes Keenholz up the middle. Reaching. Touchdown. Right up the gut. Lincoln Keenholz following, I'm going to guess, Jason Mishashak.
I would guess.
And he's got an easy 2-yard touchdown. Second straight score for the Governors after they were stymied on their first 3 possessions of the night. Lincoln with his second touchdown on the ground. Fireworks on homecoming night. And Andrew Campia will come on to try to add on another one. The Governors currently leading 13-0. 9:49 to go. Second quarter. Snap from Mishashak, a little bit low. Well handled by Keenholz. The spot is down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. And another Yankton player a little slow in getting up. They've already lost Gavin Swanson this first half. We'll take our break after the touchdown for the Governors as they lead Yankton now 14-0. Back in 30 seconds, you're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Wow, Bill, you're walking so much better. What did you do?
Well, I got so tired of the pain and nearly fell. And one of my friends recommended physical therapy at Winter Physical Therapy. And you know what? My back also stopped hurting.
Huh. So how did you get started?
My doctor wrote me a referral, but that's not always needed. Turns out you always have a choice where you want to go.
So why did you choose Winter Physical Therapy?
I love to support our locally owned small businesses. And quite frankly, they give great personalized care.
Winter Physical Therapy. Exceptional care.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it. And it
8 plays, taking 2 minutes and 51 seconds. The last 40 seconds of the first quarter, the first 2:11 of the second quarter, and with 9:49 to go after a 2-yard touchdown run for Lincoln Keenholz and an Andrew Campia PAT, the Governors lead by a 14-0 score. Yankton defensively coming in with wins over Mitchell, Spearfish, and Watertown had only given up 2 touchdowns on the season. Mitchell got one in the first game. Watertown scored one last game, but I think competition-wise, I think Yankton's schedule very similar to what Pierre had, even though just the one common opponent. But you look at Yankton's schedule and kind of compare Watertown and Spearfish. The Governors had Aberdeen and Brookings as well, aside from Mitchell is the common opponent, and I think on paper you still had 2 very evenly matched teams in this one.
Yeah, and I still think they're really 2 evenly matched teams. Just again, just kind of looking at momentum right now, shifting in our favor, and again, homecoming night, I think that adds to it a little bit, and kids are settling down and finally playing some good football.
Keenholz will kick off. It's a line drive. It bounces inside the 5 and into the end zone, so that'll be a touchback, and that's where Yankton will set up shop right there at the 20-yard line. Keep in mind that last touchdown set up by a Trey Lewis interception. Trey picked off a pass and had a great read last week against the Colonels. And he was just camped out right in the middle of a passing lane. Reichen was looking for one of his receivers, Tyler Solar, on the far side of the field. Now as we switch directions, Yankton in road white with the red helmets will head from left to right. And here comes Evan Sirk, his first try of the game, again in place of the injured 195-pound senior Gavin Swanson. And Sirk is going to be pushed back as the Governor defense on the left side of their D-line drops him for a loss of a yard. 2 receivers. Solar included on the left. Reichen wanted to throw to the right, but he gets out of there somehow. Steps up in the pocket and then through the line of scrimmage. A bit of a scramble up ahead of the 25-yard line to the 27. He wanted Cody Oswald on the near side. Jaden Weeby step for step with him that time.
You kind of wonder if we're not going to see that from Yankton a little bit more. We've been getting a lot of good pressure on their passing attempts, not so much on the run attempts, but again, maybe if we get they get our guys flared out a little bit, we're going to see him running up the middle like Lincoln does there. But
Rugby Reichen just pulled the page out of Lincoln Keenholz's book with the clap of the hands looking for the snap, and 2 Governors flinch. I think Longdoe and Rydberg both bit.
You watch their snap; it's a little different than what other teams do. I mean, he's clapping the hands, but then it's a delayed snap. I mean, it's probably a good half a second to a second after he's clapping his hands. I'm guessing they get a lot of that from the defense.
A lot of times, Governor opponents will bite right away on the first clap if the Governors don't go on, if they change their cadence just a little bit. But here's a 5-yard penalty, helping the Bucks to a first down. They move the chains, 1st and 10 at the 32-yard line. 8:45 to go, second quarter. Riken will unload quickly to Oswald. And I believe he just got put to the turf, but Oswald has a grab on the far side of the 45-yard line. Chase Sarda got in there and puts a hit on the quarterback, but Riken stands his ground. Oswald does his job up to the 47 with a gain of 15. First down, Yankton again. Cody Oswald is a weapon. Now somebody apparently not set. Flag thrown on the far side. And
offsides encroachment.
I think that's what it was. I actually wasn't. I was still looking on the stat sheet, but here's a +5 that puts the ball now at the Pier 48. Make it first down and 5 for Yankton. Riken still looking at the wristband. Now sends Austin Goebel in motion from the right side. Dumps it off. Timing pattern wide open. Pass is caught. Evan Sirk makes a move at the 30 inside of Spencer Eastland down to the 25. And a good play here as Sirk catches his first pass of the night. Nice gain here all the way down to the 24-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 24. The field is cut in half. Now Sirk on first down with a running attempt. Yankton with a good play on that last one. Sirk here will get just a yard to the 23, second down and 9. And boy, Yankton, a fast-paced offense. There goes Riken. He's broken 1 tackle, 2, 3 with a spin move, taken down at the 5-yard line, and Rugby Riken trying to match the ability of Lincoln Keenels on the ground. A pickup of 18, first and goal, Yankton at the 5-yard line. Yankton has people moving all over, trying to get set. Gilmore's in a slot left. Now Oswald to the right. Sirk in the backfield with Riken. Waiting. Has it. Looking to throw on first down at the 4-yard line. Riken wants to run. Maybe. Nope. He's got it thrown now. Threw it behind the intended receiver, and it's a short hop pickup. Boy, that was a good effort here by Tyler Solar. I think he thinks he had it, but the official on the near side says that one hit the turf. So still at the 4. Incomplete pass. Governors may be dodging a bullet there, but second down and goal, and we've got a whistle and a timeout taken by the defense. First charge timeout with 7:40 to go in the second quarter, taken by the Governors. Timeouts in our broadcast are brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. Have a Coke. Be back in 30 seconds. We've got more Pierre Governor football. They lead the Yankton Bucks 14-0 here in the second quarter on River 92.7.
Took care of you, your friends, and maybe that's someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union's recreational loan special is in full swing with rates as low as 2.25% APR and terms as long as 15 years. Now is your chance to get into that new or used boat, jet ski, camper, motorcycle, UTV, or ATV you've been dreaming about. Apply online or stop in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre and let the girls at Owyhee Federal Credit Union make that dream a reality.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
Again against a improved and very good Governor defensive front. Riken will take an option. Pitch it out to Sirk. Left side, the Governors will get there. Jacob Mayer coming up from the safety spot and getting into the backfield. Good open field tackle and a loss of 2 back to the 6-yard line. Keep in mind, Yankton using a backup running back, a sophomore. 2 years younger and 30 pounds lighter than Gavin Swanson, and Riken throws to the corner, the near corner of the end zone. Spencer Eastland in coverage. Cody Oswald was trying to get back to the football. on a back shoulder throw. And I think Yankton's looking for interference on that, but it almost looked like it was Oswald who was trying to create the separation. And whether he was literally tied up with Eastland or he was trying to push off, I guess we don't know. But with 7:11 to go, here comes Trevor Paulson. He'll attempt a 23-yard field goal and a beautiful kick. That's up and good. Yankton is on the board. And to settle for 3, though, with 7:07 to play. New score, Pierre 14, Yankton 3. We'll take a 30-second break. Paulson will kick for the Bucks when we come back as you listen to Homecoming Football for the Pierre Governors. River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. American Bank and Trust.
One way American Bank and Trust enjoys giving back to the Pierre community is through our Spirit Card program. These cards are a great way to give back to our schools and show hometown pride. Call or stop in today to get your own Spirit Card. Go Governors!
Yards all the way down to the Governor 4-yard line, got pushed back to the 6 as the drive stalls, and a 23-yard field goal put up and through by Trevor Paulson cuts the deficit to 14-3 for Yankton. Here's a Paulson kick, high end over end, playable, returnable. Here comes Jaden Weeby up the middle from his 5-yard line. Starts, looks left, got space, outside 35 to the 40. Cuts back middle of the field, now to the 50, into Yankton territory, finally brought down, and we've got other people coming in and a flag coming also. Bodie Thurman, a sophomore linebacker, finally getting the tackle, but then there were others who came in, and I'm not really sure why. If somebody's trying to protect somebody, that was just a clean play, but Jaden Weeby just proving difficult to bring down. Nice return, but we'll check the flags as well. We had some early extracurricular activity, a couple of unsportsmanlike penalties for both teams early in the first quarter. And now the officials are discussing here. Clock stops with 6:55 to go. Gives us an opportunity to thank our Pierre Sports Marketing sponsors, who include BankWest, Brittany Shufflebine Agency LLC, American Family Insurance, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, the Dairy Queen, and Kruger Contracting, who help sponsor Governor football. A personal foul, both teams here. Offsetting penalties, and the end of the run is where the Governors will start, 1st and 10 at the Yankton 48-yard line. So some unnecessary activity once again on both sides, but canceling each other out. Pierre will have it at the 47 is where it'll be spotted. 1st and 10 there. 6:55 to go in the second quarter. If you're the Pierre Governors, you appreciate the fact that the defense held, and now we've got another pre-snap penalty after Mosier went in motion left to right, but somebody flinches in the offensive line, and the Governors will start 5 yards back. And it'll be 1st and 15.
Coach Steele's kind of living and dying right now by that bunch set. It's kind of two things I'm picking up out of there. One, when you watch Mosier going across, they don't have anybody really going with him. If they are, they're not getting over top of him. Two, I'm kind of waiting for him to send a receiver downfield here.
Keenels throwing long over the middle, wide open. Kaiser has it. Fingertip grab at the 10-yard line. He falls forward another yard, but a beautiful catch by Cade Kaiser. Actually led just a little bit too far, but where Keenels wanted to hook up with Kaiser earlier, and he floated it. Kaiser had to wait for it. This time he throws more on that dart. Kaiser hauls it in for a gain of 42 yards. 42 we'll call it, and I'm sticking to it. Third completion for Keenholz. Now 1st and goal at the 10. Lincoln spins out of it, rolling left, trying to elude the defense. Makes a nice move, takes a hit though, going out of bounds. Good job there by Charlie Foote to end the play, but Keenholz, after being 10 yards deep into the backfield, turns it upfield on the near side and gets all the way to the 7. It'll be a gain of 3. Play out of bounds, 6:35 to go. From the near hash mark, Keenholz with another snap, and he'll keep it himself, and Yankton bottles him up here. Good job this time from Lucas Kampshoff, getting him there first, and Peyton Eustace, the freshman. And no gain here for Keenholz. Now 3rd and goal at the 7-yard line. Governors lead 14-3. Once again, Yankton had to settle for just a field goal instead of 6 or 7 on the last possession. You're still leading by 2 scores, looking to go up by another score. Keenholz play action, rolls out to the right, throws underneath, and at the goal line, it's caught. Touchdown, Governors! Touchdown, Jet Zabel. 7 yards out, and Keenholz's patience pays off on this play. Zabel had to come from all the way across the field. And the Governor protection does its job. 3rd touchdown in a row for the Governors, and they lead 20-3 with 5:51 to play in the 2nd quarter. Campia to kick for one more, and it's up and good. So it's 21-3, and the Governors starting to get in a real offensive rhythm scoring-wise. Yankton will try another offensive possession when they come back, or when we come back with them. 30-second break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today. Your first
DMC Wear Parts is a proud South Dakota business providing high-quality wear parts for all makes and models of heavy equipment. We quote you direct from multiple manufacturers, cutting out the middleman and getting you better prices than the large dealers. We specialize in cutting edges for motor graders, loaders, snowplows, and more. We offer complete undercarriages for dozers, excavators, pavers, and skid steers, including rubber tracks. Click to visit dmcwearparts.com or call or text 605-840-8082.
And Wilbur Ellis.
3 possessions each. We knew we were in for something a little bit different that we hadn't seen yet this year. Governor fans hadn't seen it. Maybe Yankton fans hadn't seen it yet, even though I think Pierre fans were a little more surprised. But since the Governors got there first, they've tacked on 2 more. Now a Keenholz kick will be taken back at the 5-yard line by Evan Sirk, who is the backup running back, but a regular return man. Tried up the middle of the field, had to cut out to the left side. The Governors getting great down the field special teams coverage, and Sirk will not even make it back to the 20-yard line. Bucks have it 1st and 10 at their own 18. Only a 13-yard return, and that's pretty good speed running downfield if you're special teams there.
Yeah, that's the kind of pursuit you want.
So bad field position here for the Bucks. Fake the handoff. Reichen will keep it himself this time. Left side across left guard and left tackle. Up the short side of the field, Gavin Stotts in on the stop. Reichen reaches the 25. It's a good gain of 7. Yankton obviously on offense, they can't control what the defense is doing necessarily. They've got to just control what they can do and try to keep sticking with what's working here on offense, even though this is a pushback. David Anderson in on the stop here, a loss of 1. And 3rd and 4 for Yankton, just outside of 5 minutes to go here, 2nd quarter. 21-3 Governors as Reichen checks his play card again. 3 receivers right, he'll roll that way. Pursuit coming already. Now underneath, the pass caught by Tyler Solar. Right behind him as Solar wanted to cut up the middle of the field, but the tackle made from behind by Deegan Huska across the 30, and they'll spot it to a first down gain at the 34. Pickup of 10. There's a weapon that Yankton has in Tyler Solar. A lot of people may be thinking of Cody Oswald when that receiving core comes up, but Solar is a good one. Here comes Sarda again, and Reichen tries to get rid of the football. He will. Actually, that's going to be called a fumble as Andy Diner just put a beanbag down at the 20-yard line, but the penalty flag comes down at the 25. Chase Sarda came in and blew up the play, forced Reichen to try to make a move, and then almost, as he's bringing him down, almost got him to make a terrible mistake. If that indeed was a fumble. I think it went out of bounds anyway, so holding on Yankton. Nope, intentional grounding. So we got, that's what the beanbag was for, not a fumble. It was a second flag. A second flag thrown by the same official. So intentional grounding here by Reichen. They'll decline the hold. They'll take intentional grounding. That's a,
spot foul, right?
Spot foul, I'm thinking, or is it different in high school? And loss of down is the real kicker when you get intentional grounding. So Chase Sarda makes another play. Back this one up from the 10-yard line, or the 20. So a spot foul in that regard. And it's back now to the 15-yard line. Second down and a bunch. Line to gain, actually, the 34. So second down and 19. No, that's more than that. Anyway, Reichen calls for the snap. I can't do math anymore. I'm old. Long pass looking and caught for Oswald out on the far side. Double covered. He comes back inside of Spencer Schonsberg, who's out in pretty good coverage. Keenholz was out there playing safety as well, but Cody Oswald shows why he is all-state caliber. He's got a gain all the way to the Pier 47-yard line, a pickup of 38 yards from Rugby Reichen to Cody Oswald. Third grab for Cody tonight. Back to the ground. Evan Sirk on a first down run. Good enough maybe to the Pier 45. Pickup of 2. I think Gavin Stotts gets in there on the stop once again. No, we'll give him 1 just outside the 45. Call it the 46. Down to the 4-minute mark. A lot of time here for the Bucks in this possession in particular, but Reichen wants to throw again. Floats another one up for Oswald. He can't get around Wiebe and get back to it this time. And that one falls harmlessly, and I'm not so sure Reichen didn't take a shot once he threw that football this time.
Yeah, he didn't get an opportunity to step into that one.
No. Third down and 9 from the 46 of the Pierre Governors. 21-3. Governors lead, just under 4 minutes to play in the second quarter. Reichen's alone in the backfield. Wideouts 5 and counting. Underneath route, a nice play here. Pass is caught for a first down. Catch and run. Peyton Peterson, a 150-pound junior slot receiver. Hauls this one in, and the Bucks have it inside the 35, down to the 33. That picks up 13. Reichen ready to go again. Austin Goebel comes back to create a pack here on the right side. Rolling right. Rugby Reichen directing traffic. Now gets it to Solar. Inside the 30. Brought down, and a good hit to finish from Jacob Mayer at the 25. 8 yards this time for Reichen. To Solar. Almost seems like Yankton's getting a little more in rhythm, though. I mean, they're picking up yardage in chunks, but I think their passing offense is a little more successful now than it was early on.
I mean, it's been that way all game, just that whole bend don't break mentality of the defense. I mean, we seem to get in within the red zone, and they just can't finish from there. But
another sack. Here it comes. Reichen loses it at the end, but he's down. Josh Rydberg, Jason Mishashak, both converging. Give them a half a sack each on a 2nd and 3 that pushes the Bucks back to the 31-yard line. A loss of 6.
You know, the kid that right now Yankton has no answer for is Chase Sarda out there on that end. He is he's got the speed over top of, I don't know who's out there right now, but they just can't find a way to contain him.
Third down, and we'll call it 8. Back at the 31-yard line. Riken takes the shotgun snap, pump fake, now rolls out to the left, flushed out. Rydberg giving chase, he unloads. Far side, nice catch. Is he in bounds? It appears so. And this is Tucker Gilmore, the tight end. Oh, looks like he is out of bounds. They're bringing it back to the 31-yard line, and Yankton is going to have to kick it somehow. They're changing personnel. Is this a punting unit or a kicking unit? Punter and kicker are one and the same. Still there as Yankton will take a timeout. We still saw the escapability, though, of Rugby Riken and what he is capable of doing. Timeout called by the Bucks and a Coca-Cola. Breaking the action in our broadcast as we'll pause for 30 seconds. 2:35 to play. In the first half, Governors lead Yankton 21-3. This is Pierre Governor football.
Our forward-thinking approach to crop protection, nutrition, and seed development combines years of service and expertise to the latest technology wherever you are, whatever your needs. We offer seed sales, providing Integra, DeKalb, and NK seed, fertilizer and chemical application, which includes ground and air spray, and more. Much more. We're proud to sponsor all area sports and activities with locations in Miller, Highmore, and Blunt. Wilbur Ellis.
Dakota ain't
where home and healthcare meet.
Back at Riggs, or I should say Hollister Field, Phil Troutner Stadium, Governor football on homecoming night. Governor Sports on your official voice of the Governors, brought to you in part by your Pierre Sports marketing sponsors who include Capital City Motors, Avera Orthopedics, Rinky Gray Wealth Management, Overhead Door, and our friends and partners Live Ticket, providing video production of this broadcast as well. Fourth down. The Bucks will keep their offense on the field. Riken spins a second time, still rolling, big hit, floaters up in the air, up for grabs, and Deegan Huska will knock it down. And Gavin Stotts, well, he helps the quarterback up off the turf, but I think he's the one who got to him eventually, and Riken just can't get away from the Governor defense enough. Had they tried to kick a field goal, it would have been about 48 yards. They probably have the leg in kicker Trevor Paulson to make it that far, but probably more of a high percentage play at the time, and in that situation to go for it. So the Governors have it again, and they've got plenty of time. 2:24 to go here in the first half, starting out at their own 31-yard line. Pierre leading 21-3. Started with it with Keen Olsen, a keeper on the ground, up the middle, close to a first down. He's across the 35, at least the 40. Does it get the 41, which would be the line to gain? I don't think he's quite there. But the near side official is going to say, you know what, we should stop the clock and think about a measurement here.
I don't care how many games you've been to, just his ability to pick up 7, 8, 9, 10 yards is absolutely phenomenal, and just how smooth and easy he makes everything look.
You know, and that was a straight run too, but also, I always tell people, 2 steps drop back, Lincoln already knows usually whether he's going to run or pass,
Yep.
you know, and just one of the things we marvel at. Now looking left, nowhere to go. Tuck it and run, and he's still making progress. 195 pounds to the 50-yard line, out of it. 40, cut back, 30, upended in open field by Cody Oswald. What a play for Lincoln Keenholz. He was wrapped up by 3, it looked like, Yankton Buck defenders, and somehow he keeps his legs moving. He gets out of it. Big gain into Buck territory. Oh, there's a flag down back on the far side of the field. What a shame. Spotted at the Yankton 38-yard line. That's where that is. They had that spot all the way down, it looks like, to the 22-yard line of Yankton, which would have been a 37-yard scamper, but it's exactly what you were just talking about, how difficult it is to bring him down, but his ability to keep fighting, not just for extra yards, but to create open space once again and run for a while. Check the call here from Andy Deinert. Oh, my. Jet Zabel singled out on this one for unnecessary roughness at the 38-yard line. So, and that is during the play. That's not a dead ball foul. So the Govs will have it. Second down. They've got it instead of the Yankton 22. They've got it back at their own 47. That is the 7th penalty marked off against the Govs here tonight. We've got to give Lincoln some positive yardage at least. Actually 22 yards, so up to the 38. Okay, so it's the call there from Andy Deinert was a replay of the down. That was a first down play, so the down marker still says second down, but with the penalty occurring during the play, there they got it reset. Now first down and 4 as it turns out. Governors still had plenty of time. Minute 47 left, but just a longer field to play on. Kane Knowles will come up the middle, find his spot, go right. Danny's still on his feet. Well, he gets to the 45-yard line of the Bucks and a first down gain. 46 is where they'll call it. So this time good enough for 7 more. That's 17 rushing attempts now for Lincoln Kane Knowles. He only had 1 rushing attempt against Mitchell last week. Looking to throw. Wide open near side, but he couldn't connect with Brecken Kruger here on the near side. Yankton was leaving the flat open and then trying to converge after that. Kruger, if he catches this one, isn't going far. And then, of course, the clock would continue running. Now it stops with a minute 29 to go, second quarter. 10th pass attempt for Kane Knowles. Lincoln 4 out of 10 so far, but he's got 69 yards and a 7-yard hookup with Jet Zabel. 2 rushing touchdowns as well. 21-3 Govs. 2 wideouts. Kruger in the slot to the left. Kane Knowles will go to the right side. First down, far side, and inside the 40 to the 35. Upended at the 30-yard line. How about 16 more for Lincoln Kane Knowles? Have to do some more math at halftime, but I'm guessing he's up around 150 yards on the ground now. 1:15 to play. The clock started up again. Floater over. There's Zabel at the 10-yard line, makes his move, lowers the boom, and he's in for the touchdown. Jet Zabel got in open space. That play drawn up. It looked like that was the first option for Lincoln Kane Knowles right off the bat. Zabel catches it at the 10. He's met up by a defender at the 5 and runs him over. Across the goal line for a touchdown from 30 yards out, and the Governors have scored for their 4th possession in a row. Second straight, Kane Knowles to Zabel. Campia ready to kick with a minute 7 to go. And this one is up and good. Might want to save the fireworks for after the kick, but we'll take a 30-second break. The Governors up their lead to 28-3 here toward the end of the first half. We're back with more Pierre Governor homecoming football. River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Is the biggest antler buyer in our region. Tony and Derek pay cash all year long for antlers and horns. Deer, elk, moose, and sheep can be cash in your pocket. They'll come to you too. Find them on Dakota Antlers LLC or online at dakotaantlers.com. You can also give them a call to set up an appointment. Call Derek at 605-360-3749 or Tony at 605-730-0108. Dakota Antler, a proud supporter of all local athletics and activity.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for license details.
Minute 7 left. Yankton's got a good enough offense to certainly make at least another score on the board.
You said it best in that pregame show. It's just a thing of beauty to watch this offense when they get in rhythm, and it's just, sometimes you just sit here speechless just because of just in awe of how things just so natural to these guys when they get things going for them.
Interesting kick here. Keenholz had a spiraling kick, but it was essentially horizontal football, and then it bounces inside the 10. Looked like it was going to go out of bounds on the near side, but the bounce took it into the end zone. So Yankton has it at a touchback. 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. Still with 1:07 to play. See if Riken and Oswald can get something going here. 1st and 10. Over to the far side. There's Oswald, but the pass is broken up. Oswald had it. There's Chase Sarda making a play again. Chase has been itching to get back on that field. I know that. You can tell just by the way he's making plays all over the place on defense tonight. Only 4 seconds off the clock. 2nd down and 10. Still at the 20-yard line. Riken gets his snap. Evan Sirk trying to help out in the backfield. Riken rolling left and floats one up the sideline. Short of the line to gain, but again, the Governors come in from behind and knock it down. Trey Lewis, Deegan Huska were out there. Spencer Eastland out from the area as well. Another incomplete pass, and Yankton's got to be careful here or they're going to give the Governors even another opportunity to score before halftime. 3rd down and 10. Riken is going to keep it this time, and now pitch it. Sirk, he got outside and he cuts back inside the numbers. And a good gain here for Evan Sirk up ahead of the 25 to the 30, and that's going to be right at the line to gain. Boy, Yankton needed that. Good play call. They needed to keep the clock running. The Governors had a couple of timeouts to use, but boy, if they don't get that, Pierre is getting the football back before halftime.
I'm going to be a little biased. I thought that was maybe a gracious spot, but where defense is playing right now, I don't think it's gonna hurt.
Riken cuts back around right side, but up the middle of the field. He'll get a gain of about 3, and Yankton, I think, will be comfortable with letting the clock run out here on the first half. We'll call it 4 to the 34-yard line. Again, the Bucks playing without their starting running back now, Gavin Swanson, injured here in the first half. Riken tucks and runs, going to be brought down for a loss, and another sack. Chance Sarda this time for a loss of 2, and that'll do it. On our first half, the 5th quarterback sack of the half by the Pierre Governor defense, who's been up to the task. Yankton defense was playing great early on. The Governor offense woke up and has scored on 4 consecutive possessions. Halftime score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, it's the Governors 28, the Yankton Bucks 3. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. As we pause for 3 minutes and our Leiden & Associates Ameriprise Financial halftime break is coming up. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football, your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7. With live tickets streaming as well, drgnews.com.
Acres Ahead is back with AgTegra Cooperative. Now is the time to secure product, lock in early season prices, and receive delayed payment terms on your agronomy inputs. Fertilizer, seed, and crop protection purchases from Acres Ahead also qualify for triple play grain premiums, diesel discounts, and feed discounts. Contact your local AgTegra agronomist to learn more on how Acres Ahead can maximize your farm's earning potential straight from the start. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today. Your first.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
When you're thinking of a new or used car, motorcycle, pickup, or RV, think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
Scott Darnell with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
Olson Plumbing in Pierre provides complete plumbing and drain cleaning services to commercial and residential customers. Olson Plumbing understands how the simple things in life are often the things we can't live without, and running water is the top of the list. Olson Plumbing offers 24/7 emergency services, and they can be at your location in under an hour in most cases. If you need help with your plumbing system, call Olson Plumbing 605-224-6436. Olson Plumbing.
Graham Tire of Pierre is your premier hometown shop, specializing in tires to fit vehicles, from ATVs to large farm equipment and everything in between. At your tire store next door, you can find a plethora of brand name tires that range from 4 to 10 ply and much more. Our highly skilled technicians can handle brakes, heating, and air conditioning. Call us today at 224-8643 or visit us at grahamtire.com. Graham Tire is a proud sponsor of Pierre and surrounding communities' local activities. Graham Tire.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to Visit Spearfish.com now.
Service Master of Pierre is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup. Service Master of Pierre is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs, Governors, and Lady Govs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities. When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the part you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories. When you're in the need...
Your winning destination, the Golden Buffalo Casino in Lower Brule, gives you more chances to win. Hot seat drawings, pick a prize drawings, chances to win great prizes, the hottest slots around. It's all just waiting for you at the Golden Buffalo Casino. Find out more by logging on to thegoldenbuffalocasino.com and by following them on Facebook. Just minutes north of Reliance, exit 248. We'd like to thank you for tuning into this broadcast and supporting our area youth. The Golden Buffalo Casino, proud to support Live Ticket.
Every farm is unique, but all farmers have something in common.
the desire to maximize their land and improve it for the next generation. You need a cooperative that offers peace of mind. AgTegra Cooperative is an ag partner that shares your values and is part of your community. From agronomy and grain operations to energy and feed, AgTegra will link your farm to the future. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Dosey's Signs in Chamberlain isn't your run-of-the-mill sign shop. Todd and Doug take the time to listen to your needs and come up with an innovative and effective design to fit your budget and take your advertising to the next level. Dosey specializes in any size or event sporting banners, storefronts and awnings, and letters or numbers for windows, vehicle boats, and enclosed trailers. Need something more flashy? We can do a vehicle wrap, illuminated signs, billboards, and LED lighting. If you can dream it, we can design and build it. Dosey's is a proud sponsor of local sports and communities activities.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota is serving the central South Dakota community and beyond with a great selection of used vehicles. Local trades and program vehicles are available. New Toyotas and new Fords are arriving and selling before they even hit the lot. So don't wait. Stop in and find out what's coming. If you've been thinking about ordering a new Ford, stop in and sit down with one of our sales specialists today. Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota at 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com.
At Ringneck Energy, their mission is to produce renewable energy that adds value to grain and livestock production, enhances the income of their investor partners, and provide a safe, rewarding work environment. Located at 901 Redwood Avenue in Oneida, South Dakota. Call 605-945-6900 or check ringneckenergy.com. A proud supporter of local schools and wishes all students the best of luck in all their activities during the school year, creating economic opportunities in our community.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Dimmick Cheese has been making handmade artisan cheese for over 90 years and has over 25 flavors of cheese. Stop by the store for sampling of all the cheeses. The store also offers several South Dakota-made products. And at the store, find Remedy Brewing on tap. Dimmick Cheese offers gift boxes, and fundraisers are available. To find out more, go to the website, dimmickdairy.com, or call 605-928-3833. And don't forget to check your local grocery store for their premium cheeses and cheese spreads. Dimmick Cheese.
Fall is going to be here next week, and it's time to start preparing. Make sure all your vehicles are ready to go, especially if you happen to be traveling. This week at Grosenberg Implement, get 8% off all booster cables. Make sure you have a pair for your tractor, truck, car, and John Deere Gator, just in case you need it. See their parts professionals this week at Grosenberg Implement and save 8% on all booster cables. Grosenberg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product.
For over 70 years, Pitt's Design Build has earned our reputation locally for serving communities across South Dakota. We provide design and building services for schools, hospitals, churches, commercial offices, multifamily housing, and so much more. Pitt's Design Build is conveniently located in Pierre, Mitchell, and Sioux Falls to serve you and your organization. We bring value to our clients by facilitating the design and/or construction process. Give us a call today and check us out at pittsdesignbuild.com for a free building consultation.
Titan Machinery is your go-to Case IH agricultural equipment dealer. Your Highmore and Pierre locations have a large selection of new and used ag equipment with access to one of the largest parts and whole goods inventories in the country. Titan Machinery prides itself in providing quality Case IH parts, service, and support to Highmore, Pierre, and the surrounding communities. Stop by Titan Machinery of Highmore and Pierre today. Power and precision to grow.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
Have all of your painting supplies at the Paint Store in Pierre. They mix paint and they color match paint. They carry interior and exterior stains. Great selection of paint. Find it at 1006 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. The Paint Store, 605-224-8312, 224-8312. The Paint Store is a proud supporter of the Stanley County Buffaloes and the Pierre Governors in sports and activities. The Paint Store, same great paint, same great services.
The Fieldhouse in Pierre is your premier spot to watch all the sports, from your local Govs and Lady Govs, as well as Buffs and Lady Buffs, all the way up to your favorite big league teams. Kick back and relax with a pizza, nachos, burgers, or one of our air-fried appetizers. Wash down the food with your pick from our array of premium beverages. Between the action, be sure to check out the unique and plentiful memorabilia throughout the building. We can't wait for you to come in and watch the games with us broadcast on liveticket.tv. The Fieldhouse in Pierre.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierre, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing. The best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
DRG Media Group Sports is the official voice of the Pierre Governors.
Knowles wants to run again, and he's got room. 40, 30, foot race to the 10, 5, and a touchdown. Pierre will come back and set up Avery Kaiser on the outside left through the block, and that's down.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and also at the River 92.7 page of the DRG News app, brought to you by Golden Buffalo and DRGnews.com.
Riverview RV Park overlooks Lake Sharp on the Missouri River. They have all the amenities, from full hookups, laundry, showers, dog park, play area, and free Wi-Fi. There's no need to drive across the country. When here in central South Dakota, you can find some of the best fishing and the most spectacular sunrises and sunsets. Call us today at 605-280-6266 or reserve your next camping spot online at briggsrvpark.com. Make Riverview RV Park your home away from home experience.
John Hoffman Electric is your neighborhood electrical service contractor, and so much more. No job is too big or too small for our team of professionals. We pride ourselves on keeping up with new technologies, such as Aerial, an augmented reality visual tool used to customize and experience a finished space before breaking ground. So whether you're building new or renovating a home, farm, or commercial space, let John Hoffman Electric light the way. John Hoffman is a proud sponsor of all local activities broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Briggs Trucking and Construction in Fort Pierre provides quality freight transportation services, cargo hauling, excavation, and demolition services. They also specialize in dirt and gravel work for everything from commercial work to new construction. Briggs Trucking and Construction will haul everything from light poles to farm and agricultural supplies. The bigger the job or the bigger the load, the better, as that is where their expertise really shines. Contact Briggs Trucking and Construction at 605-280-2848 or email them at cbriggs25@pi.midco.net to visit about your next project.
Coming off the sidelines. The Governors right now leading 28-3. Take a look at the upcoming schedule for both of these teams. The Govs will take a 3-game road trip, in fact, as they'll go to Watertown next Friday night. We'll be at Watertown Stadium for that one. 7 o'clock kickoff, 6:25 pregame. And then the Governors get their only 11 AAA opponents of the season. It is the Brandon Valley Lynx. We're looking forward to that one. 2 weeks from tonight, Pierre will finish with their third of 3 on the road at Huron on once we get into October 7th on that one. And then the next home game for the Governors, if Yankton isn't fun enough, we'll get the T-Area Titans here on October 14th. And obviously a rematch of the epic state championship game from the Dakota Dome a year ago. A lot of people going to be looking forward to that, and that'll be the last regular season home game for the Governors. They'll wrap up their regular season after the T-Area game out at Douglas as Jason and Dan Misheshok head back home, so to speak, in that one. Yankton, in fact, gets T-Area at home for their homecoming contest. So a major opponent for the Governors here at homecoming night. Yankton has a major opponent next weekend at Crane Youngworth Field. The Titans will come calling. Yankton goes to Brookings in a couple of weeks for their near coming schedule. Governor volleyball team, after starting 8-0, did suffer their first loss of the season Tuesday night at Riggs High Gym. Sioux Falls, Washington beat them in 4 sets. Governors are back at it tomorrow. We'll be following them back to Sioux Falls. They'll take on Sioux Falls Lincoln. We're on the air at 2 o'clock tomorrow with a 2:30 first serve here on River 92.7. That'll actually be the last home game for the Governors, or I should say the last match for the Govs for 10 days. They'll be off until September 27th back home. They'll be hosting Rapid City Christian on that night. Quick look at other Governor sports. Cross country is running at Rapid City next weekend. The tennis team will be at Aberdeen tomorrow to play against duels against Aberdeen and Millbank. Competitive cheer and dance is at Brookings tomorrow for an 11 o'clock competition. The golf team was at Mitchell today. They go to Watertown Tuesday, and the soccer teams will go to Yankton for their next matches on Tuesday. Here we go to the second half as our Leiden & Associates halftime comes to an end. Second half kickoff sponsored by Comtech in Pierre by Lincoln Canos is actually kicked out of bounds on the near side. It goes out of bounds at the 2-yard line, so Yankton gets a bit of a break there, and they'll have decent field position to start our second half of play. John Calda, one more thing about that first half and the Governor offense in particular. Jack Merquan's been held in check, and Cody Oswald, I'm sure blanketing him has a lot to do with that, but just something very interesting that Governor fans and players and coaches probably not so used to so far this year.
No, but when you start putting all your emphasis on one player, that's definitely going to open up for somebody else out there. And again, just Lincoln's ability to see the field and realize that and hit other people that are open. I mean, that's just better for us in the long run.
No doubt about it. Here we go. Second half underway. Homecoming night. The Governors leading 28-3. The Bucks will start first and 10 at the 35 after the kick going out of bounds, and Yankton trying to seal off the edge, but right away Chase Sarda meets Rugby Ryken, turning the corner, and will push him back. Ryken with forward progress is given the line of scrimmage, so a gain of nothing on this first play. Yankton will go without a huddle. They've got wristbands with play cards just like the Governors do. Tyler Solar, the slot receiver, in motion left to right. Ryken looks left, back to the right. Pockets collapsing as Misheshok gave chase. Now Stotts on the far side, and Ryken can't get rid of it. Sack number 6 of the Governor defense. Gavin Stotts will run him down at about the 32 and a loss of 3.
Misheshok actually double teamed on that and was able to split both defenders and make a chase on him. That was impressive.
So Reichman will be in an empty backfield. They'll bunch up the receivers on the short side, far side of the field. Oswald alone here on the left side with Wiebe working against him. Ryken looking, stepping up, got to run again. Evan Anderson flushes him out. Now up the sideline. Good effort here, but Peyton Peterson, I believe it is, and that is the case, will not be able to haul it in on a sliding attempt.
And here's going to be the interesting part about Yankton is that, are they going to be willing, to throw the ball to possibly get some points on the board, but also understanding that every time they do that right now, they're stopping the clock, which has given us that much more time on offense. And the way our offense was going to the end of the first half there, I imagine, is not what they want to do.
So a punt from Trevor Paulson, a flag thrown right at the snap. Jaden Weeby on the run, able to get into Yankton territory. Inside the 50-yard line to Yankton side of the field to the 45. It's a return of about 13, maybe 15 yards. And the Governors will have a good field position here. I was told, I've received a text that said we were not being heard on our web stream. Certainly hope that's not the case, but trying to make a change on that. We apologize if that is the case. But at any rate, the Governors have a 28-3 lead. And they'll have it at the Yankton 45. We checked the penalty, though. There's still conversation about the penalty, which was thrown. The flag was thrown right when the ball was snapped, and it looks like maybe a formation penalty against the Bucks, I'm guessing. I think the Govs probably like where they're at, and maybe they'll just decline this, but Andy Deinert, the Mitchell crew, veteran officiating crew. Legal formation against the Bucks. And they'll add it to the end of the run. So Jaden Weeby's return sets up the Bucks at the 40-yard line. And the audio issue was a non-factor. So
operator error.
Excellent. Actually, first, yeah, okay. They had it set up at 1st and 5. It should be 1st and 10, though. So 10:36 to go. We're just starting the second quarter. First offense possession at the 40-yard line of the Bucks. Lincoln Keenholz, play action, wide receiver screen, far side. Cade Kaiser comes up the numbers out there as he got a nice block right away. And a good gain here inside the 35 to the 32. Tyler Soler will trip him up. Kaiser becomes the first Governor receiver to catch a third pass tonight. 2nd down and 2. Keenholz only 5 of 11 through the air in that first half. Actually a 7-yard gain, 2nd and 3. Here's Brock Mosier, who slips a tackle, and he'll be met and wrestled down at the 30-yard line. Charlie Foote, who's played an active linebacker tonight, comes up with a tackle of Mosier. He might be short of a first down. They call it a gain of 1, and it'll be 3rd and a yard. Spotted at the 31-yard line. Give Brock 2. I had him with a 7-yard gain the first time, so Lincoln Keenholz still in the gun. 3rd and 1. 2 down territory, looking for Merquan for the first time tonight. No, but it's a pass interference. Blanketed by Cody Oswald, who may have had him from behind. And Jack Merquan, trying everything he can to get to that ball. Keenholz just floated it over the middle, trying to set up a perfect timing pattern, but Governors aren't going to get the completion, but they will get defensive pass interference and a 15-yard gain with a penalty. That'll set them up at the 16-yard line of the Bucks, and in the red zone come the Governors, having scored on their last 4 possessions already. So with 9:22 to go in the third quarter, here in the black jerseys with the black pants, they've had 3 different color combinations in all of their home games. Here's a screen out to Mosier, has to stop and make a move. A little juke, but a loss on the play as Cody Oswald will get him. Governors led a defensive lineman through, and the little dump off to Mosier was a good idea, but Yankton covered it up well out here on their left side. Loss on the play back to the 21. Mosier's first catch of the night, but it's for a -6. Call it a -5, in fact. 2nd and 15 coming here. Buck defense so far is the ones bending, not breaking yet, but Pierre on a 2nd down play will go back to the ground with Keenholz as he slips a tackle right away in the backfield. Makes progress back to the original line of scrimmage, back to the let's call it the 15-yard line. Luke Bernardo got in there first, but couldn't stop Keenholz, who gets to the 15. In fact, that'll be a gain of 6. 19th carry of the game, is first to the second half, and unofficially 185 yards now for Keenholz. We know about his running ability. How about 190 yards in the state championship a year ago? Along with 347 through the air. Now 3rd and 9. Keenholz is flushed back. Throws off his back foot. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Governors! Keenholz backing off. And he throws for the score. That's Jackson Edmond with the receive. From 15 yards out, but essentially a 25-yard throw. And Lincoln Keenholz throws his 3rd touchdown pass of the night. This one as pretty as you'll see. Edmond covered well. Campia will kick. Oh, and this one is blocked, and Yankton got it, but you don't return it in high school. That'd be a 2-point return in the NFL, but not in high school. Good job getting in there for Rainer Roig, starting safety for the Bucks. So Pierce settles for 6, but with 7:50 to go in the 3rd quarter, they lead Yankton now 34-3, and they'll kick when we come back after this 30-second break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Wow, Bill, you're walking so much better. What did you do?
Well, I got so tired of the pain and nearly fell. And one of my friends recommended physical therapy at Winter Physical Therapy. And you know what? My back also stopped hurting.
Huh. So how did you get started?
My doctor wrote me a referral, but that's not always needed. Turns out you always have a choice where you want to go.
So why did you choose Winter Physical Therapy?
I love to support our locally owned small businesses, and quite frankly, they give great personalized care.
Winter Physical Therapy. Exceptional care.
Backpedaling, touchdown toss to Jackson Edmond. Coming through the end zone, Edmond from 15 yards out, but the kick was blocked, and we stay at 34-3. Welcome back to Phil Troutner Stadium at Hollister Field as the Bucks will return the Governor kick out across the 30 to about the 31-yard line. And sometimes, John Calda, we know about every throw that Lincoln Keenholz can make. We know about the darts on 40 yards. We know about the floaters and the timing patterns. We haven't really seen this year a backpedaling, back foot throw like the one he just made, and he threw it perfectly from basically 30-yard throw in the air.
Just speechless. That's all I can say.
Here's Reichen on a screen coming to the near side. Tyler Solar from the 31. And a short gain here as the Governors give good pursuit. Once again, we'll call it a gain of 5 to the 36. Yankton again probably wants to stick to the game plan as much as they can. Here's Reichen on the ground. 35 up to the 40. Chance Sarda gets him from behind this time. A yard shy. That'll be a gain of 4. 3rd and 1 to go. 7 minutes to play. 3rd quarter. 34-3 Governors. Here's a counter to Cirk on the inside handoff. I'm going to guess that play might have been intended to go left side. Governors were coming already, and Cirque had to redirect. He can only get back to the line of scrimmage, so no gain here. And Yankton is going to swap personnel. I'm a little surprised maybe that they're not going for it here. Not going to second guess. I just thought that maybe they'd try to be aggressive. And
eventually they got to start putting some points on the board. He's trying to, yep.
So Paulson is back to kick. Steps up to his 30. Not his best kick, but it will be effective. Wiebe will get away from it. Nathan Nas with the receive on the near sideline, one of the coaches for the Governors. Off of a hop, and Pierre will have it 1st and 10 at their own 27-yard line. So the Governor defense hold, serve. Yet again, Yankton with 6 plays and 2 punts so far here in the second half. So 6:13 to play. Here we'll look to add to a 34-3 lead. And it was a slow start for the Governors, but number 1 against number 3, and the Governors have certainly shown their worth. And do we have a penalty, or did that go out of bounds? I guess there is a penalty. Another illegal formation against the Bucks. Same thing that happened on their last punt. So Pierre will have it at the 32 instead of the 27-yard line. I think everybody around the state knows pretty much what Pierre can do on offense, but they're getting a good look now at what they can do defensively. There's Merkwan with a first catch, wide receiver screen and room to run. 40 to the 50. Oswald gets to him. A flag thrown from a long ways away, though, by the back judge. And a gain that gets Merkwan to about the Yankton 35-yard line. Will come back. You're very good at running that screen pass out to a wideout. Merkwan can run very well. You get a couple of blocks and then just let the receiver do his thing. But we've got flags, actually 2 of them, that are thrown at about the 40-yard line of the Governors, which is 8 yards upfield. And it's a holding penalty against Pierre. So their 8th penalty of the night. And this one wipes off a big gain. We'll go 8 yards of positive offense. Merkwan does get his first reception. They'll back up to the 30-yard line, so essentially a loss of 2. It'll be 1st and 12, replaying first down.
To me, this is kind of where games get to be a little bit fun, I think, for our offense. You got a pretty comfortable lead, and now just a chance to open up that playbook a little bit and just try some new things and get more people involved.
Such as Brock Mosier, and a dump off. He comes up the near seam, and another flag thrown. Nice gain back to the 40, which would be a couple of yards short of the first down. But again, the flag thrown here from the middle of the field back at the 30, which again was the line of scrimmage. Talk about a veteran officiating crew. This is a block in the back. They don't miss much, and they have thrown a lot of flags, but I think in a game like this, everybody's amped up still here in the second half and wants to perform well. And it just so happens maybe you lose technique.
You give credit to a good defense too, and when you look at it, I mean, sometimes it's just all you're kind of left with to make that play go big.
So back to the 10-yard line this time, or 20-yard line, another 10-yard loss. Now it's 1st and 22 for the Govs. 5.5 minutes to go. 3 receivers, 4 eligible right, and 1 left is wide open. There's Kaiser. He's got another one that falls into his fingertips. Not quite in stride, but Cade Kaiser has a big gain out to midfield, just across to the Yankton 49.
Wow.
Keno's, he can't quite hit Kaiser in stride tonight. He's got 2 long ones. He'll hit Merkwan in stride because Jack's got longer strides, I think. But this one, a gain of 31 yards. Back to the air. Again, underneath route. This is Zabel. Caught up, and he loses the football as he's coming down with it. And I think this is a legitimate fumble. Zabel got tackled, but he came down on top of the defender, loses the ball, and Yankton is there to retrieve. Rainer Roig on the spot. to haul it in. So a turnover on a fumble here for the Governors as the ball is spotted at the 43-yard line. First turnover in a while for the Governors on the season. Yankton defense making a play, and there's Rainer Roy, opportunistic. That was good coverage right there. Zabel got caught a pass on an underneath route, but was met immediately. And now, speaking of met immediately, Trey Lewis hits Peyton Peterson after a completed pass at midfield. So pick up 6 to the Yankton 49 after it started at the 43. 1st and 10 from there. Peterson's second catch tonight, his 3rd target. Call it 2nd and 4. And Evan Sirk not taking the handoff. This is Reichen. Up the hash mark into Pierre territory across the 50 to the 48. And that'll be a pickup of 3. 3rd down and 1. Solar, playmaker here on the near side. Oswald's far to the right. Reichen going to keep it himself again, and a nice surge up across the front of the line of scrimmage. Inside the 45, diving to the 44, pickup of 8, and that's a Yankton buck. 1st down. 4 carries for 11 yards in the second half for Rugby Reichen. 58 on the game, all told. Sirk will try to turn the corner after the inside handoff, and he runs a long way. He does turn up ahead of the 40. Inside the 40 to the 38 before Trey Lewis finally runs him down. And we've got a Governor defender on the ground, and he might be cramping up. It looks like Rugby Reichen, of all people, helping him out. And Jaden Wiebe will come and assist as well. Casey Michelson will come from the training staff side of things. Let's take a quick break here. We've got an injury timeout, 30 seconds. Timeouts from Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. You're listening to the Governors, who lead Yankton 34-3 on homecoming night, River 92.7.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
What?
Well, it was Chase Sarda who's played brilliantly so far in this game that needed a little help getting up, but he did run off on his own power. Welcome back after a 5-yard gain by Evan Sirk. A sophomore running back running in place of the senior Gavin Swanson, who was injured in the first half. 5 yards on the previous play, just 1 this time. Bucks will get it to the 38. 3rd down and 4. 3:20 to go, still in the 3rd quarter. A lot of game left in this one. Yankton's just trying to make things positive happen, though. Dump off here to the far side flat, and Tucker Gilmore has the receive this time from Rugby Reichen, but he is tackled short of a 1st down at the 36, so a gain of 2. And the Governor defense doesn't want to see a 1st down pickup here by the Bucks. They'll keep it on the ground to Sirk. He needs 2, the Governor's sake. He's not getting it. Taken down at the 35-yard line. He needed the 34, and the Bucks will turn it over on downs.
You got one field judge a little bit further, it looks like, than the other. I don't know.
The ball is spotted at the 34.
Guy on our side was like on the 35. The other one on the other side had a 34.
Now, I believe, JW, here that this is the difference. We talked about Gavin Swanson being out of this game. Yankton has enough for a 1st down, so they will get it to the 34-yard line. Gavin Swanson, 2 years older, that's experience, 30 pounds heavier. I think he makes that play easily, whereas Evan Sirk, just got to use that lower leg drive. But Sirk did get enough here.
Yep.
But I think there is a big difference in what Yankton's having to give up without their stud running back. Reichen has to step up in the pocket, got rid of it. He had Cirk as a safety valve on the right side flat, but that's through his hands. It's out of bounds, but Yankton stops the clock. Still 2nd and 10 now at the Pier 34. Reichen not getting much done through the air, 3 of 5 in the second half for 13 yards. And unofficially, about 155 on the day. Governors again. Spencer Eastland is out there to cut in front of a pass. Just a little short route. Reichen had to try to unload it again because the Governors keep getting into the backfield and interrupting everything Yankton wants to do through the air. 3rd down and 10 from the Pier 34. Far hash mark. Yankton moving from right to left in the road white and red helmets. Start left, redirect back to the right. Solar, I believe that is out there. Is that Cirk? He's breaking tackles inside the 20 to the 15 to the 10 almost. And see, what I'm talking about is the quickness of Cirk. They don't need Swanson out there. His quickness actually makes this play. What a great effort there by Evan Cirk. And Rugby Reichen paid the price after unloading that one, too. The Bucks are down to the 11-yard line and a pickup of 23.
Yeah, Reichen had a heck of a play there, too. He had a guy coming off the right side and, I mean, kind of played into their wheelhouse there on that play call, but still made a really nice play.
2:20 to go here, and a flag pre-snap, actually offside on the Governors. That'll help the Yankton cause. They'll move deeper into the red zone. 10th penalty marked against Pierre tonight. And really, as it's just turned out, I mean, that's just become part of this game. The Governors obviously don't want penalties necessarily, but it just seems like they're just going to keep occurring on both sides, and both teams are just going to have to pick up a few extra yards when that happens. 1st and 5, it's at the 7-yard line. It was an Evan Cirk 22-yard pickup earlier on that catch and run. Now Reichen inside the 5. Getting to that spot of the field, it's kind of hard to see exactly where they end up. They'll spot him, it appears to be, we'll call it the 4, and we'll give Reichen 2 on that carry. Now another whistle pre-snap, but a timeout will be taken by Brady Muth and the Yankton Bucks. Just under 2 minutes to go. 1:58 left, 3rd quarter. Governors lead 34-3. Here with just a 6 spot on the board so far here in the second half. Yankton trying to break through the goal line barrier. A Coca-Cola timeout in our broadcast. We'll take 30 seconds, and we're back to see if they can cross that line when we return to Pierre Governor football.
The Federal Credit Union's recreational loan special is in full swing with rates as low as 2.25% APR and terms as long as 15 years. Now is your chance to get into that new or used boat, jet ski, camper, motorcycle, UTV, or ATV you've been dreaming about. Apply online or stop in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre and let the girls at Oahe Federal Credit Union make that dream a reality.
Oahe Federal Credit Union.
As
Philtrotter Stadium at Hollister Field, homecoming football tonight as the Governors picked a good opponent for a big game on homecoming night. 2nd down and 2. Rugby Reichen going right side. Yankton thinks he's in. The officials concur. Touchdown Bucks from 4 yards out. That is Reichen. And Yankton with their first touchdown of the night. And this one apparently will stay. They did have a touchdown play in that first half, but wiped away by penalty. So it is now 34-9 with 1:53 to go. In our 3rd quarter of play, Trevor Paulson will line up for a PAT. And this is up and good. No problem there out of the hold of Lucas Kampshoff. 7 for the Bucks. They've got a ways to go, though. The Governors still lead 34-10, and they'll get the kick when we come back after a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Community bankers, Bank West employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose Bank West. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. Bank West. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. American Bank and Trust.
One way American Bank and Trust enjoys giving back to the Pierre community is through our Spirit Card program. These cards are a great way to give back to our schools and show hometown pride. Call or stop in today to get your own Spirit Card. Go Governors!
Glad to have the coach alongside. I say coach, he used to coach middle school football, but now he's just a wrestling coach, and that's okay. We're okay with that. Right to left, Paulson with a beautiful kick into the end zone on the fly, and that'll be a touchdown, a touchback coming for the Pierre Governors. Bring it out to the 20-yard line, 1:53 to go, and well, JW, Yankton, yes, they've got a big hill to climb. I'm not so sure they're realistically thinking about winning this football game right now, but a really good drive there, and something that, you know, they needed to prove to themselves. If these two teams happen to meet again, yes, they can move the football against the Pierre Governor defense.
Yeah, I think that was just kind of more of a challenge for them, was just to get one in the end zone again and kind of get back in that positive mindset.
To the ground go the Governors, and Brock Mosier with a big gain, and he is tackled a little too aggressively. Actually, more of an accident, I think, here for Rainer Roig, but I believe this is going to be a horse collar as two officials throw flags on this one. Nice gain here as the offensive line opens up the hole up the middle, and Brock Mosier with a bit of a gallop out to the 34 yard line. Well, it's a face mask that will be added on to the end of the run. Roig again certainly didn't mean to, but that's what happened. So 14-yard gain for Brock Mosier here. Cubs will have it though after a 15-yard penalty from the Bucks at the 49-yard line rather. That is Yankton's fourth 15-yard penalty tonight. Kane Olds will give it to Mosier again, and there he goes, near side to the 40, to the 30, bounces off, still going to the 20, now brought down by Kampshoff at the 17-yard line.
Lost the ball. I don't know if they're going to call him down.
Oh, I was wondering. Lucas Kampshoff came up and he's pointing in the, I guess, in the other direction. So Brock Mosier loses the football. I didn't see it happen, and I was wondering what Kampshoff was pointing back to, but he knew what was going on. Mosier, an excellent run all the way down to the Yankton 17-yard line, which is actually a gain of 34 yards, but he does fumble the football, and that'll be the second turnover by the Governors. In fact, that is their second fumble on successive possessions. So if Yankton is going to have a chance to win this game, certainly the Governors turning the football over would be one way that might one thing that might contribute to that. So Riken will keep on 1st and 10 from the 17. He'll make it to the 20, a pickup of 3. You saw the ball come out at the end, did you?
I did, yeah. Yeah, but again, I thought he was down in contact there, and obviously, again, maybe a little biased on our end, but yeah, I didn't think it was a fumble.
Left side hash mark, that's the near side now. Riken throwing for Austin Goebel on the far side, and it looks like he's pulling up a little bit lame. As that pass was overthrown, Goebel, the 150-pound junior slot receiver, he'll stay out there. I was almost fearing a hamstring issue for Goebel there, but now 3rd down and 7, and I think it's a big opportunity here for the Governors to try to step up and make a play once again. 3 receivers right. Running back still in the backfield. Reichen will unload. He's got his man Oswald with a little bit of space created. Across the 30, pass caught, and Spencer Schonsberg is there to help bring him down, but out across the 35 to the 37. And a good gain there of 17. That's a good connection. Reichen to Cody Oswald. Oswald is a senior now, but he's been making plays, it seems like, for a full 4 years now. Realistically, more like 3, but it's just he's just one of these guys that's been around. I mean, is such an outstanding athlete. Reichen with time now. Now he'll tuck, roll out, right, and he'll be brought down. He wanted to direct some traffic. Reichen had a second effort. He came out of there, but I think he is brought down. Didn't see who got the sack here. Still got Rydberg and Anderson from the defensive line. Also, Jacob Mikkinen, 53. I see him out there too. Quarterback sack back to the 32. A loss of 5 this time. That is the 7th sack of the night by the Governors. Reichen with a flag thrown. On the near side, he'll throw to Oswald coming across the middle of the field. Taken down by Chance Sarda up at the 40-yard line. A would-be gain of 8 here. But again, when the official in the near side on the sideline throws the flag, maybe they're seeing something in a formation. This is the last play of the third quarter, so I'll tell you what, we'll take our quarter break. The Gales Gas Service scoreboard at the end of 3, it's 34-10. Governors lead the Yankton Bucks on homecoming night, and we do have an illegal shift for the Bucks. Governor football brought to you on your official voice of the Governors. River 92.7, drgnews.com, in part by your Pierre Sports.
Your first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today. Your first
DMC Wear Parts is a proud South Dakota business providing high-quality wear parts for all makes and models of heavy equipment. We quote you direct from multiple manufacturers, cutting out the middleman and getting you better prices than the large dealers. We specialize in cutting edges for motor graders, loaders, snowplows, and more. We offer complete undercarriages for dozers, excavators, pavers, and skid steers, including rubber tracks. Click to visit dmcwearparts.com or call or text 605-840-8082. Going
to the fourth quarter, 34-10 our score. The Yankton Bucks with the ball. They had an illegal shift penalty that marks them back 5 yards, so now a second down at about 20 from the 27-yard line. Out to the left side, in space, Peyton Peterson hauls in the pass. He'll get a positive gain, but still not back to the original line of scrimmage. Out across the 30, they'll mark him at the 33, and a pickup of 6. Governors in a situation where they can play a little bit softer, not completely giving all the space that the receivers need, but right now I don't believe that they mind allowing some shorter receptions as long as they come up and make the tackle. On the move, floating one out. Reichen is intercepted by Lincoln Keenholz. That was an ill-advised pass by Rugby Reichen, but just trying to make a play. Fortunately for the Bucks, it's Keenholz who comes up and makes the play. We expected to see him playing safety tonight. He gets his first interception of the season, and a changing of the guard here as the Governors will turn over the Bucks. Pierre with 2 turnovers here in the second half. Now the second interception and the second turnover given away by the Yankton Bucks. So the Governors will have it now. Good field position. They've got it at their own 48, 1st and 10, and a chance to add to a 34-10 lead. This is the first time I think the Governor first string will play in the fourth quarter this season with a clock that isn't running continually. Inside handoff, Mosier starts left. He's up the middle of the field, and there he goes. 50 to the 40, 30, block to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! The Governors can run the football. Brock Mosier goes 52 yards on a one-play scoring drive, a turnover for the second time. Turned into points by the Pierre Governors. Brock Mosier with a big gain. He's really found some running room, and again, give credit to the offensive line, but that is that's something that the Governors haven't seen. It's the speed of Brock Mosier that I'm not sure anybody really knows about until they see a play like that. Well done, Governors. Well done. Offensive line, well done, Brock Mosier. Andrew Campia's PAT is good. The Governors tack on 7, and just like that, 11-10 to play, fourth quarter, 41-10. Governors back on top by 31. 30-second break. They'll kick when we return with more Pierre Governor football.
At Wilbur Ellis, our forward-thinking approach to crop protection, nutrition, and seed development combines years of service and expertise to the latest technology wherever you are, whatever your needs. We offer seed sales, providing Integra, DeKalb, and NK seed, fertilizer and chemical application, which includes ground and air spray, and more. Much more. We're proud to sponsor all area sports and activities, with locations in Miller, Highmore, and Blunt. Wilbur Ellis.
Dakota Antler is the biggest antler buyer in our region. Tony and Derek pay cash all year long for antlers and horns. Deer, elk, moose, and sheep can be cash in your pocket. They'll come to you too. Find them on Dakota Antlers LLC or online at dakotaantlers.com. You can also give them a call to set up an appointment. Call Derek at 605-360-3749 or Tony at 605-730-0108. Dakota Antler, a proud supporter of all local athletics and activities. Dakota Antler is...
Governors lead 41-10. Lincoln using the left hash mark. Good high end over end kick this time, and that one will end up in the end zone. So a touchback for both kickers in this direction. Just a 10-second run, a 10-second scoring drive there for the Governors. It's one thing the Governors are so good at, Coach, in that if you score on them, a lot of times they'll score right back, even though it took 2 possessions this time after fumbling. The Governors fumbled, but still have that quick strike ability, and even the best teams can get beat on big plays. So Reichen and company from the 20. Left to right, fourth quarter, has time. He wants to go long, he has Goebel, but he'll be picked off. This one just underthrown a little bit, and that's Jaden Weeby, who runs underneath it and intercepts it. Back-to-back picks thrown by Reichen now, but not a bad decision to try to air it out. Reichen's certainly capable of making big plays through the air, but this one, maybe the pattern just went a little bit long.
Yeah, he had the guy wide open. I mean, he had steps on him. Just kind of waited a little bit too long to make that throw. Probably need to hit him about maybe 2 seconds earlier to make that connection.
So that pass is caught at the 42. That's where Weeby ends up. So really you're looking at a 38-yard pass in the air, but seems like it might have been longer than that. Of course, the actual distance from being thrown behind the line of scrimmage is additional. As Mosier starts on first down, and another good gallop up to the 50-yard line, just like that, 8 yards for Brock Mosier.
I think we're going to see a heavy dose of Brock Mosier here.
Well, I think I think it's definitely what Coach Steele wants to. He wants to see. He wants to showcase what Brock Mosier can do, and you know, Brock has had last year and this year. It hasn't been easy for him to find to gain yards. He's gotten a lot of hard yards, but he definitely relies on an offensive line to create some space and to open some holes for him. So I think right now it's the Governor offensive line that's really going to be called upon to start making their plays. Mosier has room again into Yankton territory, 45 to the 40, down to the 38, and another 12 yards. Actually, let's call it 11 to the 39.
Great cut back there to get those extra yards.
Well, they do spot it at the 38, so 12 yards for Brock Mosier. And see, for people like me, calling a game, I'm always watching the ball, and that's kind of what I have to do, I guess. But I always want to try to keep an eye on the offensive line. You just don't see what the unsung heroes of a good offense do. all the time. Christian Bush snapping. Keenholz will hand off to Mosier again. He goes left side and actually runs right into Jason Mishashok. Says, get out of my way, big fella. Inside the 35, down to the 31. There's 7 more for Brock. Now up to 132 yards. Governors over 300 yards rushing now. It's all Keenholz and Mosier. Keenholz passing wise, unofficially under 200 still. Obviously a lot of yards gained, and Pierre is playing the clock game now, waiting for the back judge, Joe Schrader, to start counting them down. Now under the 5-second count, Keenholz will take the snap. This is play action though. Roll out, they'll throw. And a short pass and a diving breakup by Lucas Kampshoff. Pass intended for Jet Zabel. And it's incomplete here. It's only the 19th pass attempt by Keenholz on the night. And to check my stats, says 146.54, about 160 through the air, and 19 attempts for Lincoln Keenholz tonight. Clock stopped at the 9:01 mark, incomplete, and it's 3rd and 3 here for Pierre. They're at the Yankton 31-yard line, leading 41-10. Keenholz on the option, keeps it himself. He's got a lot of room inside the 30, down to the 20, and then finally taken down. That's Roig who finally gets him to the turf, and another first down for Pierre at the 18-yard line, gain 13. Or is that an extra? No, it's down to the 13 and a gain of 18 for Lincoln Keenholz, who now has over 200 yards, 203 to be exact, still unofficially on the ground. Now pre-snap whistle, or just as the ball's being snapped. I think the snap might have come a little bit late here after Keenholz clapped. I think Jack Merkwan may have been the one who jumped a little bit early, so a loss of 5 on the penalty. It's back to the 18, 1st and 15 coming up. Well, this game is taking a while. 2.5 hours in. We still have 8.5 minutes to go, and the clock is not running continually, which has been the case for the first 3 games of the Governors season. Keenholz steps up, throws, there's Kaiser inside the 5, touchdown. Cade Kaiser getting a little showcase here on the routes that he can run. He's a good route runner, and you just saw it. Keenholz delivers the pass. The protection was there. Lincoln steps up and delivers an 18-yard strike to Cade Kaiser for the score. Second touchdown of the season for Cade. I honestly lose count in how many Lincoln's thrown, but I think that's 4 on the night. That would be 19 on the season. Campia's kick is good. Looked like he hooked it a little bit, but it's inside the left upright. The Governors will up their lead to 48-10, and now we'll have a running clock with a 35-plus margin of score here. 8:20 to go. We're back for a Governor kick. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Biggest antler.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for life.
Acres Ahead is back with AgTegra Cooperative. Now is the time to secure product, lock in early season prices, and receive delayed payment terms on your agronomy inputs. Fertilizer, seed, and crop protection purchases from Acres Ahead also qualify for triple play grain premiums, diesel discounts, and feed discounts. Contact your local AgTegra agronomist to learn more on how Acres Ahead can maximize your farm's earning potential straight from the start. AgTegra Cooperative. Strong, stable, dependable.
Run continually as soon as the kickoff is received. Oh, it's Yankton. This one bounces at the 1-yard line. Yankton was going to let it go, but here comes Austin Goebel. Boy, amazing there that And that's what I want out of my golf shots, and my approaches. That a little backspin there, but Goebel got back to it, picks it up. He makes it all the way out to the 19-yard line, but that play could have been a little bit more successful for Yankton as it is.
Yeah, there you get a situation where, Pierce kind of letting up a little bit, thinking it's going to the end zone and, not coming down as fast as what they could have been pursuing.
So again, clock running continually, already down to 7:35 when it started at 8:20 when that kickoff began. Rugby Riken still out there. Governor first string defense is still out there. Ball on the ground, but Riken will fall on it. He's covered up by Joshua Rydberg. So back to the 11, a loss here. That's technically not a sack or a running play, but we'll call it a running play. 7:05 to go, second down and about 18. Riken wants to throw right. Timing pattern as Oswald had it, and it's broken up by Jaden Weeby. Well, Cody Oswald has done the same thing. The Yankton defenders have broken up some passes nicely tonight. Weeby gets a chance to return the favor here. And again, incomplete pass, but the clock will continue to run.
That's one that you show on film right there, and how to finish the play there.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Even though, and that pass was perfectly thrown as well for Rugby Riken. But you don't quit on it just because your guy catches the football or had the football. Riken trying to tuck and run, turns the corner left side but slips. Out on the 10-yard line, might get a yard here to the 12. But it'll be a punting situation now for the Bucks. Certainly not going to go for it from your own 12 and 4th and 16 or so. Standing at his goal line, Trevor Paulson back deep to Governors. Paulson lets this one air out. Beautiful spiraling kick, and Lewis has it at the 49-yard line. Trey Lewis with the good receive. So with 5:35 going left in this one, Governors have a chance to run the clock out. And they may get some new people in there. Here comes Elijah Bucci, the backup quarterback, the sophomore 215-pounder. Governors will have it starting at the Yankton 49-yard line, a 37-yard punt for Paulson. We'll see if the backups can continue to run the football like Brock Mosier and the starting lineup was doing. Get somebody new in there too to fill out the 11-man roster. Bucci, the running back. Trevor Rounds will be the tailback. George Stolley in at receiver. Xander Bowman was the last one out there. Here comes Rounds running well, straight up the middle. Yankton still has their defense out there, their starters. And Trevor Rounds into Yankton territory inside the 40 down to, let's call it the 37-yard line. Pick up a 14. Down to 4:20 to play as Bowman will set up far side once again on the far hash mark. Bucci waiting for the snap, but he's also waiting for the back judge to start counting down the last 5 seconds. Takes the snap. Here's Rounds coming up, just looking for his seam, and he'll be wrapped up and brought down here by Shaler Platt. So Trevor, modest gain of 3. They'll call it to the 33-yard line. Second down and 7. And we've got a whistle and a timeout that'll be taken by the Bucks. Brady Muth may be getting some new people in there. The Yankton assistant coaches have head down to the field themselves. 3:35 to go. One more Coca-Cola timeout brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. It's turned into a homecoming rout tonight. 48-10. Governors lead back at 30 seconds on River 92.7.
first car. It might not have been perfect, but that didn't matter. You loved it because you worked hard for it. You took care of it, and it took care of you, your friends, and maybe that someone special. And through it all, we were there working with you, for you, to make sure it was a smooth ride. Farmers Union Insurance. More choices, great rates, local agents. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today. Your first...
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same...
Coming parties itching to get started up. The top-ranked Governors are going to improve to 4-0. Yankton suffer their first loss of the season, but as good as this team is, that might be their only loss of the regular season. They still have a tough stretch coming up. BJ Bucci running the show at quarterback here. 2nd down and 7 out of the Yankton timeout. The 215-pound sophomore scampers inside the 30 to the 25, down to the 24. Pickup of 9 and a Governor first down. Well, the first time the Governor offense, first string, played into the 4th quarter this year. It's good to get them that experience. I mean, really, I think they're well-conditioned, but they need to make sure they can stay well-conditioned as well. Rounds with another good gain up the middle of the field inside the hash mark. And into the red zone goes Trevor Rounds, 20 to the 15. Looks like he's got it down to the 11. 13 more for Rounds. 31 yards so far, 3 carries for Rounds, a 10-yard average. 2.5 minutes to go. Stick with him. Trevor bouncing out, and he'll be caught. He'll spin inside the 10. Brought down at about the 8. And a pickup of about 3 more. Governors certainly will score if they can, not that they need to. They just want to get some experience and some opportunities for the second string here. Yankton has homecoming at Crane Youngworth next weekend against the T-Area Titans. Rounds has a touchdown here on his own homecoming night. Trevor Rounds up the middle, bouncing it out. The 160-pound sophomore has an 8-yard touchdown. And a memory that he'll remember for some time to come. Oh, more fireworks for the Governors' lead with 2 minutes to play. 54-10. Chance for one more PAT. Still with Campia in there. So Campia will try one more time. He had one kick blocked earlier. This one a high snap, and he does get it up enough and across. 55-10 now. Governors lead. Yankton will have one more possession with 2 minutes to go. We'll take a 30-second break. This is Pierre Governor football.
When you're thinking of a new or used car, motorcycle, pickup, or RV, think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
Scott Darno with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Yard. Touchdown run. PAT makes it 55-10. George Stolley will kick off from right to left this time. He'll keep it left, and this one is just out of bounds at the 1-yard line. So no time running off here with no contact to the football, but Yankton will have it at their own 35-yard line. Well, Coach, I think, again, slow start, but the Governors got it. They learned a lot tonight, I think, about themselves, about the Yankton Bucks, and and about what it takes to play good football for 4 full quarters here.
Yeah, not get frustrated if things don't go their way right off the bat. And I think that was kind of the big part, is just learning to settle in. And you're not going to score a touchdown on every drive. You're not going to gain 40, 50 yards on every drive, but just stay composed, and you got the weapons to make some big plays.
New quarterback in there, new running back as well, number 24 carrying here, Jade Sedlacek, a 170-pound freshman, if I saw number 24 correctly. I think it was number 5, Peyton Peterson, in at quarterback now. It's a gain of just 1. Spot it to the 36. Sedlacek again, and he got a good drive in the lower extremities here, back up across the 35 to the 38. Governor defense converges well. Just 2 this time. Yankton trying to maybe get as many plays in here as they can for their second stringers. Send one receiver both ways. Now a second receiver to the slot left. This is number 8 in at quarterback, not 5. That's Bryce Krall. He's a 175-pound sophomore. Under a minute to play. No, it's not 8. It's number 6 taking the snap here. So let's say Easton Nelson, 160-pound sophomore. We'll get it right eventually. Nelson with a keeper this time. Makes his way to the 40. We'll give him couple, and it'll be 4th down and 6. Actually only 1 to the 39, and Yankton is going to concede. So even with a change of possession, the clock would still run. That'll do it. The Governors are winners on homecoming night, eventually, convincingly, but it wasn't easy in that first half. This is a good ball game. This is obviously a great team in the Pierre Governors and a darn good team in the Yankton Bucks, despite the score, 55-10, the final on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. Once it gets cold, remember to use Gales Gas Service's budget plan and keep full service to stay warm all season long. Homecoming is a happy one for the Governors. 55-10, our final again on the scoreboard from Gales Gas Service in Pierre. We'll pause for 3 minutes. We'll come back and get into the postgame. Postgame sponsored by Family Dental with offices in Pierre and Fort Pierre. The train coming by just in time at Hollister Field. Back in 3 minutes. This is Pierre Governor Football, your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
The team at Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg are devoted to spending time with each patient to answer all questions and address any concerns that arise. Family Dental wants all their current and future patients to feel welcome and comfortable and to have the healthiest, best-looking smile possible. They can take care of all your family's dental needs with cleanings, checkups, implants, same-day crowns, and many other dental services. Dr. Ryan Jensen welcomes new patients. Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg, caring for all your family's dental.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest, convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs, new construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotaststormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Have you found yourself worrying about inflation and market volatility, considering what should I do? Can I do anything? Am I going to be okay? The Ranky Gray team has been coaching their clients through these tumultuous times for over 35 years. Let us discover what easy, time-tested adjustments can be made for you. For a free second opinion, our team can be reached at 605-224-5959. Let's start today. Securities LLC, investment advisory services offered through U.S. Advisors LLC, registered investment advisor, U.S. Advisors LLC, and Ranky Gray Wealth Management are separate entities from Lucky House Management.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota wants your trade. We also want any vehicle that you might be willing to part with. So much so that we'll give you an additional $200 Pure Pride dollars when you trade or when you let us buy your vehicle. Yes, $200 Pure Pride dollars when you trade or when you sell your vehicle to Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota. Stop in at 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino, from the App Store or Google Play. It only takes a moment, so you'll have it to replay this game. See live and archived video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota high school sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
Well, it's homecoming night in Hollister Field, Phil Troutner Stadium. They turned the lights off. There's a fireworks display going up, being set off across the street at Hyde Stadium. It is a happy homecoming for the Pierre Governors when all is said and done. Final score 55-10. Obviously, you can probably hear it all over town, the fireworks that are going off. This is a really cool thing that they put together, these homecoming presentations, and win or lose, I guess this is the way this night would have ended. And boy, you got to hand it to the people who are setting things up. It's football on a Friday night has really become an event in the capital city, and winning does that to you. But still, what a thing to be a part of, huh?
Yeah, everything from Brian Mosier to Kate Olson, who runs the Students' Council and Senate, doing what she does, and just all the activities and everything we do throughout the week. You kind of get perspective when you get a guy like Coach Maciejczak that comes in and all of a sudden he's like, hey, this is a big deal. Like we don't get to see this, where we came from, and just how special it is around here.
Coach Calda, Coach Steele is up to join us. Let's get a final comment from you again to just how this thing went. And I think the big story tonight is maybe what we were waiting to see as Governor fans, but I think just the assertiveness of the Governors asserting themselves, certainly as the top team in the state. They beat a real good football team tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm always just impressed with how many special players there are on this team. When you look at, not just Jack Merkwan, but you start looking at, obviously Keen Holtz, you start looking
Jaden
at Jaden Weeby, you start looking at Chase Sard, you start looking at Trey Lewis, all linebackers. Like, any point in time, there is somebody different that's willing to step up and just make the play, and that's what makes a really great team.
It's a bunch of guys that understand their role, and they do their job, and that is what makes the Governors what they are right now. Appreciate you hanging out with us, and you can hang out after Coach leaves if you want. It's up to you, but we'll give the headset and the microphone back over to Coach Steve Steele as the Governors defeat Yankton tonight 55-10. This is our Family Dental Postgame, sponsored by Family Dental, with offices in Pierre and in Gettysburg. Coach Steele, fun night tonight, and I don't know what it was going to be like with the way it started out, but at first we're thinking, well, for the first time, the Governors don't go to a touchdown. They don't score a touchdown on the first drive. In fact, they only go 3 and out. And then the second time and the third time this is happening. And Yankton came out here with a defensive intensity that maybe took some getting used to, but I think they showed their worth and what they're capable of. That's and like I said with Coach Calda, it's a good football team you beat tonight.
Yeah, this is a very good football team. This is a really good win for our guys. It feels great right now. Just again, the way we did it, they did a great job on us early in the game, and our defense held tough. That was a very important thing when we got the ball and went 3 and out 3 times in a row. That the defense also held key and still allowed us to establish that lead. And especially that when they had that touchdown called back, and then we were able to push, ended up back in like the 50 or something. There's a lot of penalties both ways in the first half too. So I think a lot of things that both teams probably want to clean up after this. But just really, really proud of the way the guys took the punches and then ultimately found their way.
So for all the jokes I made about 1st and goal from the 40 a couple of weeks ago, forget about that. Okay, but I think the defense is the big story. But I am kind of curious about all the penalties going both ways. There's some chippiness going on. Obviously, this is a big game for both teams, and you can kind of expect a little bit of playing past the whistle. I think we saw that a little bit tonight. You know, you're going to have big games, bigger games the rest of the season, at least as far as keeping composure. That's something that's going to have to be remembered.
It is, you know, and I think our guys did a great job in the second half. You know, I think the beginning there, you know, again, the emotions were high. This was a really fun football game, just in the sense that of both teams. Really, you could tell how much this meant to both teams the first quarter there, and I think that it took a while for both teams to kind of calm down and settle in. And you know, I said ultimately, I think our guys did a good job of that.
But I think one thing too, and another thing I was talking to JW about is the event that a Friday night event or Saturday night in Pierre becomes in high school football. It's that way for Yankton as well. I mean, this is just a regular season game. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal to win this game or lose it 55-10. But it's just to be a part of something like this, with these fireworks going on. I mean, high school football is a big deal in South Dakota, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. I mean, what a crowd. What a crowd. I mean, every year homecoming's a great crowd, but what a crowd. Yeah. I mean, it was just fantastic, you know, and they were into the game. It was a good game. The fireworks after touchdowns was great. The first one scared the crap out of me. And then after that, it was fun and exciting. But, yeah, I mean, it was just what a fun night. What a fun night all the way around.
So let's talk about that defense again. Guys, Chase Sarda gets his first start tonight, and right away he's making an immediate impact. He's in the backfield all night long. By the way, he's going to be my player of the game. I'm just going to say that right now. But what a good guy to have back, and just the disruptor. Everybody, and like Coach Calder was saying, everybody's out there doing a good job, and a real good team win tonight.
Yeah, and you know, kind of like we talked about in our pregame and stuff, I mean, that was what this game was about, was what defense could find ways to disrupt. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, because it wasn't, I mean, even their offense had quite a few yards, you know. I mean, our defense did a good job bending, but not ultimately breaking. And a lot of that, again, was finding ways to disrupt and win the series, whether that was after no first downs, 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 first downs, you know, realizing that without points on the board, we can still hold them and win this drive.
You did give up. I've got them at like 280-something yards, but I've got you guys at 386 on the ground, 567 overall. And you figured out that you got to get things opened up, and that means Lincoln Keno's running the football really for the first time since the state championship game.
Yeah, I mean him and Brock. Wow, yeah. Brock ran a great game too. I mean, it was formationally, you know, when we got into that really big heavy overload, and we felt we had some good numbers to get Lincoln off the edge, and did a good job of that in the first half. And then, you know, we got into halftime. We knew they were going to be making some adjustments to that formation, so that's why we ended up going more with Brock in that second half, and Brock answered the bell. And then that's going back to what we said on our offense. That's the fun part about our offense, is you just don't know whose day it is. Yeah. And again, Brock answered the call today and did a great job.
Can't run for that many yards without the offensive line, and maybe they played their best game of the season too.
Yeah, they did. You know, I mean, they really established the run game. You know, and I think, wow, must be the finish. But, you know, in a game like this with the high-powered offenses, you know, like we were talking, where usually sometimes the scores are a little lower, a lot of times it does come down to the offensive and defensive lines and who's able to establish the physicality and move the line in their direction. So those guys definitely did it for us tonight.
You know, and as far as the Yankton Bucks go, losing their running back certainly was unfortunate. I certainly hope for their case that they can come back. This could be a team you'll definitely see, or could definitely see again later on down the road. You know, teams like T-Area are going to have something to say about that. It's going to be a good game from those two teams next week. What is the biggest problem that Yankton caused for you tonight, and something that would concern you if you do have them again?
You know, I think the biggest thing that they did right away, they had an outstanding game plan to take away that pass. You know, they did a really good job mixing the coverages, just not letting us get comfortable back there, mixing some pressures just to keep everyone off balance right away. And then, you know, offensively, they did a pretty good job mixing things up again. I mean, I think Swanson going out really hurt them, you know, just because
both sides of the football.
Yeah, I mean, he really hurt them, especially on the offense. You know, I mean, he's able to eat carries, and he's so slippery and tough to tackle that when he went out, you could definitely tell that hurt their offense, made it more one-dimensional.
Yeah, so you go to Watertown next week, and the Arrows were the last team that Yankton played. It was a 41-7 game. I know they've got a really good runner, but losing, I think, quarterback and receiver combination from a year ago is going to be tough to replace. But what do you see from Watertown?
Yeah, offensively, they've got Juven Hudson now. I mean, he's a monster carry guy. I mean, he's going to have 40-45 carries more than likely against us, and they'll keep feeding him, hoping that he's going to break 3 or 4. You know, because if he does break it, he's gone. I mean, he's he's going to be the fastest player on the field. He wasn't against Yankton, and he will be probably against us. So, they'll just try and do whatever they can to get him into some green and, let him outrun everybody. And defensively, I said they play a little bit more vanilla than what Yankton did, a little bit more base and just kind of playing fast and physical from where they are. They're not going to be as variety of calls and stuff.
Still big, athletic, some people like that. They've always got pretty good people, for sure. So, hey, a night to celebrate. Go ahead and go do that. And a very convincing and always impressive win from the guys tonight. Coach Steve Steele, Governor head coach. The Governors defeat Yankton 55-10, and still a game that didn't seem like that much of a blowout as opposed to what it ended up being. But the Governors did have a run of successful possessions that turned into touchdowns. So we'll take a 3-minute timeout and we'll come back, give you that rundown. We've got all the stats. We've got big plays of the game and your player of the game still to announce when we return with more of our Family Dental Postgame on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
With another school year in sports upon us, Beck Motor Company would like to wish all students and staff a great school year. Proud to support our communities for over 50 years, we're here for all your automotive needs. Call us at 224-5912. Visit us at beck-motors.com. Safe travels from everyone at Beck Motor Company in Pierre.
Of South Dakota State through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest, convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? Live Ticket TV has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages start at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE, extension 2. That's 833-605-5483, extension 2. And punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
It's pretty obvious the world is moving faster than ever, and that means my health sometimes takes a back seat. Pressing pause on life to call for an appointment, shuffle my afternoon schedule, drive across town for a doctor's appointment sometimes feels impossible. My day just got better because I'm feeling better with the help of Avera Now. I can use my mobile device or computer for an online video visit that allows me to see a provider for urgent care conditions 24/7. Technology that fits my life. The quality health care of Avera. Learn how to begin at avera.org/now.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building. The Garage Doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
Back at Hollister Field, up here in our Hughes County Sheriff's Office broadcast booth. Ryan Oakland with a play-by-play. Thanks again to John Wayne Calder for helping us out tonight, for Coach Steele for coming up and joining us and giving us his post-game comments. We're just kind of flustered. Too many fireworks tonight. A good night for the Governors. It certainly was a slow start, but Pierre did lead 28-3 at halftime. Lincoln Keenholz with a couple of rushing touchdowns. Got a big one, though, 62 yards late in the first quarter on the fourth. possession of the night for the Governors. Yes, it took a while after 3 3-and-outs, but the running game is what opened things up for Pierre. Lincoln had a couple of nice runs, but the 62-yarder, actually his 6th run of the game, that really got the Governors going, and that put them up 7-0. End of the first quarter with 1:46 to go, but he had a 2-yard touchdown in the second quarter, then hooked up with Jet Zabel twice in the second quarter as well from 7 and 30 yards out. Trevor Paulson of Yankton kicked a 23-yard field goal in there in between those 4 touchdowns from the Governors as well. But 28-3 at the half. Yankton went 3-and-out to start the second half, and the Governors got it on a short field, 40 yards. They go 5 plays, and Lincoln Keenholz on just an amazing pass. I should have asked Coach Steele about this one, but Lincoln was backing up, the pressure coming from the Yankton defense, and as he's backing up, he just floats a pass out there. Good arm strength, and Jackson Edmond able to run it down in the end zone from 15 yards out is what the play covered. The pass probably covered more like 25 or 30 yards, throwing off his back foot, and might have been the best pass we've seen as far as awe-inspiring for the season so far. But Lincoln Keenholz to Jackson Edmond for 15 yards. Yankton blocked the Andrew Campia kick that time. That kept it at 34-3 with 7:50 to go in the third quarter. After another Yankton 3-and-out, the Governors were in business again on the move to midfield, but they had a fumble as Jet Zabel was tackled, and then as he came down on top of the Yankton defender, just hit the ground hard, or hit the defender hard, and just was not able to hang on to the football. So Yankton recovered and got a big break there. They started at their own 43-yard line, had a very nice sustained drive. They turned that fumble into a touchdown, a 12-play, 57-yard drive that took just 3:07 off the third quarter clock. At the end of the third, with 1:53 to go, Rugby Riken ran it in from 4 yards out. Trevor Paulson tacked on the PAT. That made it 34-10. The Governors also had a fumble on a long Brock Mosier run. But at the end of the play, as he's fighting for more yards, as is so often the case, Mosier was not able to hang on to the football. Cody Oswald, I think, jarred it loose, Lucas Kampshoff, rather. He was the one that was lobbying for the fumble, and the officials certainly saw it that way as well. So the Bucks from their own 17-yard line take over, but on the 5th play of the possession, an interception is thrown by Rugby Riken, as I think it was Trey Lewis had one in the first half, and I'm trying to remember who had these other ones in the second half. I'll spend all night and forget about it. But the Governors set up at their own 48-yard line. One play early in the fourth quarter, Brock Mosier ran it 52 yards to the house. We saw the speed of Mosier that we haven't really gotten an opportunity to see so much this season, but even on that play where he fumbled, we saw his hard driving leg mobility as well. Mosier very impressive tonight. 41-10 was the score after that one. That was with 11:10 to play, and on the first play of the next drive, Rugby Riken was intercepted again as the Governors take over on their own 42. This time they go 6 plays and 58 yards in 2:41. Cade Kaiser from Lincoln Keenholz from 18 yards out. Kaiser scores his second touchdown in as many weeks. Campia's PAT this time makes it 48-10. And then after a 3-and-out from the Bucks, the running clock for the Governors with a 35-point lead, and they get the second string in there and start on the Yankton 49-yard line, and the second stringers go 6 plays and 49 yards in 3:35. Trevor Rounds, who ran well, also goes in from 8 yards out, and that brought up the final score with 2 minutes left, 55-10, and Yankton ran 3 plays and the clock ran out. So they played hard, did the Bucks, and they certainly, you can see their ability in the offense, and they really had a great start on defense, and they still made plays throughout the game on defense. With the Governor offense, just shows how amazing it can be, how magnificent is the word I used earlier today of what they're capable of, and that'll be the end-all be-all story of this one as the Govs win 55-10. Pierre on the offense, as we talked with Coach Steele, 386 yards total on the ground alone. Lincoln Keenholz with 20 carries for 203 yards, 2 touchdowns from 62 yards out and from 2, and Brock Mosier with a great night, 8 carries 132 yards, the 52-yard touchdown included. Trevor Rounds in backup role, 5 carries for 42 yards and an 8-yard touchdown, and E.J. Bucci, the second quarterback, in there with a 9-yard gallop as well. 386 on the ground. Through the air, Lincoln Kienholz unofficially goes 11 of 20 for just 178 yards tonight. Throws 4 touchdowns, though, and now I believe his total through the air up to 19 on the season. 6 total touchdowns would have him at 25 on the season, if my count is correct. He was sacked once for a loss of 7 yards, so 171 net passing with 386 receiving. I believe that's about 500, and I'm going to change that. It's 557 yards of total offense in this football game. Receiving wise, Cade Kaiser, 4 catches, 67 yards. Good game for Cade, where Jack Merkwan got kind of eliminated from the game by the Yankton defenders. Jet Zabel caught 3 passes for 43 yards, 2 touchdowns of 7 and 30 yards. Jackson Edmond, 2 catches, 35 yards, and a 15-yard touchdown grab. Merkwan did catch 1 pass for 8 yards. In the second half, Brock Mosier had 1 catch for a loss of 5 on the play. Governors pick up 16 first downs. They lose 2 fumbles, one of which was turned into a touchdown by the Bucks. Meanwhile, for Yankton, is they'll total about 107 yards on the ground unofficially. Rugby Riken with 15 carries for 60 yards. Gavin Swanson lost in the first half to injury. Again, hoping for Yankton that they can get him back, because he's a good runner, a senior leader in that backfield, and Yankton has been, according to Coach Muth, averaging 200 yards of offense on the ground this season. But Swanson goes 26 yards on 8 carries. Evan Sirk next in line with 17 yards on 9 carries, and then 2 backup runners in mop-up duty tally about 4 yards on 3 carries there as well. So 107 on the game. Riken through the air unofficially 13 of 25 for 200 yards, and however, he was sacked for losses of 45 yards. 7 sacks for the Governor defense in this one, so 155 net passing, 107 on the ground, 262 total for the Yankton Bucks compared to 557 for the Governors. Receiving wise, Cody Oswald, as good as advertised, 4 catches, 101 yards. It was Evan Sirk with 2 catches in that backup running back role for 47 yards. Peyton Peterson, 3 catches, 25 yards. Tyler Solar, 3 catches for 23. And Tucker Gilmore, the tight end, with 1 catch for 2 yards. Yankton did pick up 13 first downs in this game, but 3 interceptions thrown by Reichman, taken away by the Governors. And penalties were an issue, though. 9 penalties for Yankton, 90 yards marked against them for the Governors. 11 penalties in this one for a total of 95 to the negative. But all said and done, the Governors with a good 55-10 victory on homecoming night. They stay perfect at 4-0 on the season. Yankton, with their first loss, falls to 3-1. Let's take a break here. Let's talk about big plays in the game. Big plays are from Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. That'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to the Governor Postgame.
Hey, DQ fans, we're giving the people what they want. 2 Blizzard treats of the month. That's right, September means pumpkin pie, and the brand new Cinnamon Roll Center's Blizzard treat have arrived. We're so excited we just couldn't wait to tell you. Pumpkin pie is a fall classic mix with 2 pumpkin pie pieces, and the new Cinnamon Roll Centers is jam-packed with your favorite soft cinnamon roll pieces. Hurry in and taste them for yourself today, only at DQ. Happy taste good.
Quality comes first at Hermanson Endodontics. Dr. Ryan Hermanson serves Central South Dakota with specialty root canal treatment. Hermanson Endodontics strives to provide treatment that is not only comfortable, but also provides the best possible outcome. They do this by effective and timely communication with your dentist and preserving as much of the tooth as possible using state-of-the-art 3-dimensional imaging and the dental operating microscope to guide diagnosis and treatment. Ask your dentist if a root canal specialist is right for you. Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. River 92.7, KGFX FM, Pierre. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
Back at Hollister, and Coach Steele said, yeah, this game could take a while. I guess we're past the 10 o'clock hour, homecoming night, but it's a night we're celebrating, like we mentioned. Let's talk about big plays of the game from Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. And I'll tell you what, as slow as of a start as this game was, you really... for my taste, I think you got to go to the touchdown that was the first one of the night, the 62-yard run from Lincoln Keenholz. It wasn't going to be easy, no doubt about that. The pass wasn't there. It just wasn't available. So the Governors had to do something to get in a rhythm, and that was getting Lincoln Keenholz in motion, running the football. And he got a couple of nice gains on the fourth drive of the game for the Governors. But it, the 62-yarder was really something that we didn't see coming, given the way the game was going at that time. He broke about 3 or 4 tackles on that one play. It was a great run for Lincoln Keenholz, 62 yards to the house. He shows his speed, 195 pounds, but just long strides, and he just does everything perfectly. And Lincoln Keenholz, that 62-yard run, is tonight's big play of the game, sponsored by Hermanson Endodontics and Pierre. It gave the Governors a 7-0 lead, but it broke the ice, and obviously they scored on 4 successive possessions to end the first half, and their first possession of the second half too. So 5 possessions in a row. Pierre scored touchdowns. They led 34-3 by the end of that one. Big plays are brought to you by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. And with that, a lot of folks, I've already said it, I guess, but there's certainly some people to give as honorable mention, but we will announce our player of the game after our player of the game sponsor gets their say as well. Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. We're right back after this.
Cowboy Country Stores and Sinclair are fueling the Folds of Honor program at all their locations. Now through October 16th, 1 cent of every gallon sold will be donated to the Folds of Honor program. This provides educational scholarships to children and spouses of our fallen or disabled veterans. Together, we can help fill up the lives of families that have sacrificed so much to protect our freedom. Fuel up today at Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre, Fort Pierre, Miller, DeSmet, Clear Lake, and Watertown.
Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre give us our player of the game, and there were efforts by the Yankton Bucks tonight that certainly deserve a pat on the back. And defensively, making plays. Lucas Kampshoff was causing problems in the defensive backfield. Cody Oswald on both sides of the football, offensively and defensively, played well. We see what good players Yankton has. They are a good team, and do not put a lot of stock into the way this game, the final score. This is a team that will be there at the end of the season. You can just about bank on it for Class 11 AA. Certainly a pat on the back to a lot of their efforts tonight. For the Governors, certainly you've got Keenholz with a big night. It's hard to imagine he runs for 203 yards and only throws for 178, but that's 381 yards right there for Lincoln Keenholz. Certainly it still seemed kind of a quiet night, but yet here he is with another 6 touchdowns, 4 through the air, 2 on the ground. Brock Mosier, big pat on the back for him, the way he ran, and he ran with a purpose tonight. Of course, the offensive line deserves a collective pat on the back too, but this was another game where the defensive speed, Coach John Calda and I kind of agreed, the defensive speed is what dictated this game. There was defensive speed for the Bucks, defensive speed for the Governors, and that was all led by Chase Sarda. Just really a guy that misses the first 3 games of the season. He came out ready to go, and he was making plays all night long. Chase Sarda is going to be our player of the game, sponsored by Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Once again, the defense leads a great effort to another Governor win tonight. Player of the game from Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Again, Chase Sarda. Let's take a final look at some scores here before we set you up on what's to come through the 11 AA ranks. One game still going on. They got started late out in Sturgis because of a lightning delay, but Huron is leading Sturgis 21-20. They're still in the 3rd quarter, so a good game going there. Brookings has one at Spearfish, 33-20 the score in this one. Spearfish getting some offense going against a good defensive Brookings squad. Aberdeen Central gets their first win of the season as they get a homecoming win over the Mitchell Colonels, who we saw last week, 27-13. Now Aberdeen and Mitchell both 1 and 3. And Watertown, who the Governors will see next week, goes to Sioux Falls. They played Washington at Howard Wood tonight earlier, but it is Washington with a 30-0 win in that one. T area stays unbeaten, an easy win at Douglas, 42-0. In the AAA ranks, O'Gorman wins a big one over Rapid City Stevens 49-7. Harrisburg over Sioux Falls Lincoln 41-22. Brandon Valley over Sioux Falls Roosevelt 38-7. So the Lynx are 2-2 now. Sioux Falls Jefferson will play host to Rapid City Central tomorrow. A couple of other games to take a look at in the 11-man ranks. Chamberlain losing at home tonight from around the region 20-6. That game to Belle Fourche. In the 11B ranks, on KPLO tonight, Woonsocket Weston and Spring Sanborn Central defeats Miller Highmore Herald 36-0 as the Rustlers fall to 1-3, I believe it is. And oh my goodness, Aberdeen Roncalli rolled it up on Mobridge Pollock tonight 56-6. A bit of a surprise, at least in the score there. One other team from the area winner will play at Lee Deadwood tomorrow, the top-ranked Warriors there. On KGFX tonight in the 9-man rank, Stanley County falls at Bonhomme 43-0. Phillip over Dupree quite easily 60-12. Harriet Selby, the number 1 team in 9B, knocks off Ipswich tonight 44-26. That was our game on KMLO FM. That'd be a good one to rewatch on drgnews.com. Platte Geddes over Viborg Hurley 35-18. Wall blanking White River 50-0 tonight. Also from the 9-mans, you got Gregory beating Irene Wakanda 46-11. Timberlake over Jones County 46-6. Faulkton beats Northwestern 36-6. And of course, Stickney over Burke 20-7. That's actually a halftime score. Might have been a weather delay in that one. Hitchcock Tulare 52-0 over Avon. Sully Buttes 24-6. Still in the third quarter, leading Cologne. And Faith over Lemon McIntosh 26-20. Potter County gets a win over Langford area 48-12. And looks like that'll do it for the scores from Central South Dakota. So let's talk about upcoming action. We mentioned Yankton hosting T-Area for their homecoming next week. They go to Brookings, and the Governors, meanwhile, go to Watertown for the first of 3 straight on the road, and we'll be at Watertown Stadium next week, and then Brandon Valley in 2 weeks, wrapping up with a road game at Huron in 3 weeks. Governor Volleyball is on River 92.7 tomorrow. Coming off of their first loss of the season, they go to Sioux Falls Lincoln tomorrow afternoon. We're on the air at 2 o'clock. Join us for that. And the first serve at 2:30 should be another good match. Governors lost in 4 to Washington the other night, but they did beat Lincoln last year. See if they can match that feat once again here. 2 o'clock pregame, 2:30 first serve. And that's their last game for another 10 days, as they'll be off for a while until they host Rapid City Christian on Tuesday, September 27th. Vikings football will be on KPLO and KMLO as well. Monday night, 6:30 with the pregame, and 7:30 kickoff. Monday night Vikings at Philly, both teams 1-0. Here once again, as we remind you on behalf of the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, and safe travels to Yankton travelers heading back home tonight. The Office of Highway Safety reminds us to buckle up every trip, every time, and to put the phone away. Keep your eyes on the road, not on your phone. Reminders from the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. Big shout outs to our live ticket guys tonight. You got Todd, you got Jordan, you got Caleb running the show with video production. You can rewatch this one as often as you like once we sign off on the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com. And to Heather Williams back in studio, thanks for doing your part to keeping us up and running. A great game tonight for John Calda doing color commentating. Thanks a lot, Coach. And to all of you for joining us tonight on the web or on the air. River 92.7. A good night. Happy homecoming. I'm Brian Oakland. Your final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. The Governors defeating Yankton 55-10. We'll talk to you tomorrow for high school volleyball here on your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.